Good morning. I will call to order the November 28th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. At this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to our flag.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the November 7th meeting.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the CEO's report.
Good morning, board members. This morning, I'm pleased to share with you another video from our series, Your County, Your Heroes. And it features, as you know, unsung heroes throughout the county who embody the spirit of selflessness and service and dedication. The videos in this series are played on Channel 20 throughout the week and are highlighted in our monthly county newsletter, on CSB TV's YouTube page, and our social media accounts in both English and Spanish. And I have to thank Kelsey Butita, our PIO communications manager, for putting things together. This morning, we are honoring Monica Hernandez and Nelson Maldonado from the county's Lompoc Probation Office. And with that, why don't we show the video?
Welcome to Santa Barbara County, where extraordinary individuals shine bright. Join us as we celebrate the unsung heroes who embody the spirit of selflessness and dedication. From tireless volunteers to dedicated public servants, these remarkable individuals inspire us all.
Nelson Maldonado and Monica Hernandez are two of the county's exceptional deputy probation officers who work out at the county's Lompoc Probation Office. Both go above and beyond to help their clients get back on their feet and successfully integrated back into the community.
I currently supervise clients that are released from state prison. I try to assist them with securing employment, referring them out to any programs. I try to focus on what they feel is the most important thing that they need assistance with.
I enjoy seeing people being able to transform their lives, because a lot of times they might have made a misstep in life, but it doesn't mean that the rest of your life has to go down that path. So I always strongly encourage them that it's never too late. So connecting them with services in our community, through substance abuse or mental health treatment, it's been amazing to see the transformation of some of these people when they commit to want to change.
They already feel they have something stamped on their forehead that they messed up. They also remember when you treat them like people. I try to build that rapport, ask them about their kids, their families. I want them to succeed. The worst part about this job is having to arrest people.
Monica's a hero because she gives back to the community. She really digs deep into her work. She's excited about what she does with the clients. I've seen her work with these clients one-on-one and bring the clients and the family all together for farming healthier lives.
Our number one job is just to support the people on our caseload. We are their biggest cheerleaders. I love when they come in and they test clean or they tell me they got a job. Like high fives, knuckles, we do it all just because we want to celebrate them.
What's great about Monica, she literally was born here and raised through here. So it's great to be able to work in the same community that we were pretty much raised in and being able to give back.
Lompoc is a very small office and we often say tiny but mighty. We do it all here. It is teamwork. We call it the Lompoc way. We will do anything and everything to help. I call Nelson Maldonado the mayor. He knows everybody. We get the best information just because of the rapport we build with the families. They will give us insight on the areas where our clients are struggling and that it will help us better address them later. And he is the master of getting that information.
I would characterize Nelson as someone who goes the extra mile all day, every day.
The worry and concern I have too is that I think she's disappearing. They couldn't find her.
I think he pays attention to the small details. He connects with his clients on a personal level, and pulls out tidbits that are meaningful to them that he knows can help him effect change.
I get every walk of life. And for those who are really in need and they don't have proper clothing, they can actually go through our closet for that job interview, to go to court. It's really impactful.
I want them to succeed. I love when people call me back or send me emails and tell me of the things that they've accomplished after they've successfully completed probation. That's what makes me happy, and that's why I decided to do this.
It's letting them understand that they're valuable and that they have self-worth. And if not necessarily just to themselves, but to others around them, to this community. That's what drives me every day. It's just seeing people change in their lives. Once they're able to achieve that, then everything else can fall into place.
And supervisors, Monica Hernandez is in training today, but as you heard in the video, they've done incredible work, and Nelson Maldonado is here. If you could just stand up so we can give you another round of applause. That concludes my report this morning.
Great to see you and all the folks from probation who showed up to give you support. Madam Clerk, are there announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. I have a quick announcement on administrative item number 9. Administrative item number 9 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the appointment of the Community Services Department Director. Prior to board action on administrative item number 9, in accordance with Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the Community Services Department Director salary information shall be summarized verbally. Effective January 22nd, 2024, Jesus Armas says biweekly salary will be approximately $8,432. Additionally, we received a memo from the department correcting administrative item number 28. Administrative item number 28 is from the Public Works Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding amendment number 6 to the professional services agreement with Carollo Engineers Incorporated for engineering services during construction of Laguna County Sanitation District plant upgrades, and this is in the 4th and 5th districts. The memo corrected, the correction to this item in the memo indicated the sponsor should be reflected as Public Works Department Board of Directors, Laguna County Sanitation District, and not the water agency. Additionally, I have a quick clarification on administrative item number 47. Administrative item number 47 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson. It is to approve the appointment of Roy Reed to the Planning Commission, term ending December 31st, 2024, and this is in the 4th District. And for clarification, this appointment is effective December 1st, 2023. Additionally, we received a continuance request from the department on departmental item number 1. Departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an ordinance to amend County Code Chapter 46A, Inclusionary Housing. The department is requesting a continuance of this item to the January 23rd, 2024 meeting. We currently have no requests to speak on this continuance request, so the board may take action on this item now or wait till we take up the departmental agenda and take action at that time. Lastly, for the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that's 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
So we also have a A6 being pulled by Mr. Nelson. Let's read A6.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 6 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding fiscal year 2023 through 2024 first quarter budget status report and cannabis taxation compliance and enforcement update.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you, Chair Williams. I pulled this item. Usually this comes to us as in a departmental item, so I wanted to pull it just to talk a little bit about this update, especially the cannabis revenue there, where I saw it was down to $500,000 for this quarter, I think, which was really alarming for a lot of us. And so I was hoping to potentially get maybe an explanation from staff on that and what we're looking at. I think it's worth noting. Also on the enforcement side, I am curious about where we do with our odor abatement plans. I'm still hearing a lot of issues about odor ongoing. I know there was potential solutions that some of the operators were working with, especially in the Carpenter Valley and Supervisor Williams area, but I know that continues to be a persistent problem, and so any word on how planning is doing with enforcement on odor abatement would be helpful, and what other options are available to the board. I know I mentioned last time we had this item about best available technology and when we get there when it has to do with carbon scrubbers. And so I know it's a lot of questions all at once, Brittany, but if you wouldn't mind at least hitting on the taxes and to start talking about some of the odor issues and where we are with best available technology.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. I'll start with that question about taxes. So we did report that what we had collected at the time of writing this board letter was $518,000. However, as you may recall, when we changed Chapter 50 and how we report and collect taxes, we allow an additional 30 days to collect the taxes after the operators have reported. And so based on the reports and what we've now collected, we're at 1.7 million. So there's a big difference in that 30-day period. So we are at 1.7, which is still lower than we had hoped, but obviously significantly better than the 500. As for the odor abatement, odor issues and complaints go through the Planning and Development Department. And so I know that Director Plowman is on the line, as well as her Deputy of Development and Review and the Supervising Planner that works on the cannabis projects. And I think they would be better to speak to where they are with that and how they're addressing the odor issues. So I believe...
I'm here.
Thank you.
Yes. I have Travis Seawards and Gwen Baylor on as well. I think what I would say is that we've had a number of appeals that have been about different issues. Some of them have been about water and access. In fact, the 3 appeals that we have currently today relate to one's odor, one's water, one's access. But there have been a lot of issues regarding odor, particularly in the Carpinteria Valley. So we've been working through those appeals, but we also have been doing our odor reports. So we have been, the first year that these operations go into effect, we have a consultant, Geosyntec, go out to the site to assess whether or not their odor abatement systems are functioning as expected. And so we've been getting those reports and learning that in some cases, some of the systems are working, in some cases they're not, and then they're directed to correct the problems with the systems. Mr. Seawards, do you want to talk a little bit about what the department's learned more specifically about those growers that aren't meeting the requirements of their odor abatement plan, and then what we're going to be doing with that once we conclude the studies?
Thanks, Director Plowman. I'm probably going to punt to Gwen as well, but I think in speaking with Gwen, in general, we're finding that people are complying with their OAPs, and when they're not, and sometimes it's minor issues like they're using the wrong type of fluid in a vapor system, or they're using the wrong type of filter. Staff is working with operators to come into compliance within 30 days. But in general, at a high level, and Gwen, correct me if I'm wrong, the consultant is finding that operators are in compliance with their OAPs.
We do have a number of growers that have elected to use some kind of carbon filtration systems. We currently have 174 units in greenhouses in 6 different operations down there. They are very expensive, and so some have opted to wait for a period of time before they install them. They were conditions required at the time they were approved through the Planning Commission and then ultimately the board. And so there is a schedule of those of when they're going to be going in, but usually they had about 12 months to install them.
And since I was the one who asked for that amalgamation of information about 2 weeks ago, the staff also amalgamated how many new units are going in. So the 174 carbon filtration units that are already in the Carpinteria Valley are a mix of units. Some of them predated the infinity units that people are advocating for and that seem to have greater efficacy. And then there are about 70-something that are envisioned that staff know are coming and being installed, and some are only waiting for our own building department approval process to be installed. And almost all of those, or at least the majority of those, are the infinity units.
Well, I think, hearing from planning that most of the odor abatement plans are being honored and being successfully executed is actually worrisome. If we're actually, they're satisfying the conditions of that, but yet we're still having odor issues. It seems that there should be at some point a shift towards the best available technologies that are out there. That was, I think, in every one of those odor abatement plans is best available technology. And if there's a debate about that, I think that's a debate that we should probably have up on the dais and what that looks like. And so either to help the land use process forward or whether we put that in licensing in the future, I think that there's an opportunity out there where there's been a large step forward on odor abatement, especially in those with the mixed light greenhouses. And I think that we as a board should take some steps towards that. And so I would like to try to figure out, obviously that's not this item here, but maybe we need to have a future item to discuss that a little bit further and see how we might be able to get that together. So that was kind of my hope from pulling this item today.
I'll take the liberty of just asking the question to staff. What I saw on that grid was that most of the permits already have the option of staff moving them to carbon filtration units as part of a tier 3 response. But there is a protocol to reaching a tier 3 response. So maybe you could explain that to the public and the board. So essentially, what I saw in most of those permits and odor abatement programs is that staff already has the option to move them to it, but it's part of this tier 3 protocol. So maybe you could explain that, Ms. Plowman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members of the board, that is correct. The way the odor abatement plans are set up is that they utilize their existing proposed odor abatement systems, but if they are not ultimately abating odor, then we can gradually ratchet up the requirements eventually to the carbon systems. Most of the growers have been including those as an option in their odor abatement plans so that we don't have to amend their plan in order for them to be able to install that. And we had been advised we had been advising the applicants to make sure that they did that, so it was a simpler process to bring them into compliance. But I think what I would say is that there are still a number of sites in the Carpinteria Valley that haven't decided to go ahead and install that. There's, I think, somewhere between 17 and 14 growers that haven't. But again, there is the provision in their plans and in our code to get them to the point where they are not producing odor. We have seen a decline in complaints in the Carpinteria Valley, particularly in the areas where there have been the installation of these types of facilities. So they are working and they're making a difference.
So there's a disconnect for me. It sounds like people are being compliant with their odor abatement plans. Scrubbers are an option, yet the odor persists. And so, if all the odor abatement plans are being successful, then you should be able to, in theory, drive through Carpinteria and not smell cannabis. And so I think that's where there's a disconnect for the public and for myself, is how do we resolve that? If it's going to be a persistent issue, if all the odor abatement plans are being successfully executed, then that shouldn't be what we're experiencing. But at the same time, we continue to. So just trying to square that
Right.
issue is a challenge for me. And I guess with our enforcement schedule, we're waiting for complaints to go through those tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and we're relying on the public to make additional complaints to escalate that.
So, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So it's a mix of things. When we complete the 4 quarters of our analysis with the consultant, then if we find that their odor abatement systems are working as they proposed, but yet they're still producing odor that is detected in residential zones, that's what the code currently says. It's not that I drive down the road on the 192 and I smell odor, it's that you're in a residential zone district and you're smelling odor. That's when we have the ability to increase the requirements of how they address their odor. It is particularly tricky in Carpinteria because all the grows are right next to one another, so it can be challenging to identify who the culprit is, but that is the protocol that we go through. We do all the analysis that first year, we do 4 reports, and if they are not reducing odor, then we can require them to change their odor abatement plan. We also do it through complaints.
So I guess my only thought, and we don't have to, obviously this item is just a receive and file, was I think this is a bigger discussion than an administrative item, and should be something that we should look at in the future, the board look at, not just these odor issues in Carpinteria, but also the inland areas as well. I know there's still ongoing issues with conflicts with odor with existing sensitive receptors in the North County. And so I'm interested in seeing us bring something in the future to talk about that and see what are our additional solutions. If we're okay with the current status quo, if the board is, then, I guess that's what we'll do. But at the same time, this is, technology's evolving, this industry's evolved. I think we have some opportunities as this board to take some positions on this and try to really get our arms around it, and that's my hope.
Sure.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. Thanks to Supervisor Nelson for giving us some airtime, and to the chair as well, because I too was confused as to why this was not a departmental item, because it's been a while since we talked about it. And I want to thank staff. This was much more than just a budget update. Going into the number of appeals. I did have a question about those appeals. It said 95 appeals on 66 projects. And then the report distinguished a little bit further, saying of that, 86 were withdrawn, closed, or action was taken. How many have been withdrawn? I mean, most of them have been dealt with by the county. Is that accurate? Director Plowman?
Supervisor Capps through the chair. Most we have processed through the county. We have had, I don't know, Mr. Seawards, what would you say, maybe 10 or 15 that have worked it out?
Of the 95 appeals that have been filed, 23 were withdrawn.
Yeah.
And that's likely because a solution was reached. Yeah.
So okay.
All the other ones we've acted upon.
Yeah. So like 80 plus. So, I mean, I think that's the data of your disconnect, Supervisor Nelson, is that if things were working with odor, then we wouldn't have such a extreme number of appeals. And I agree with your suggestion that this deserves more discussion from the board because last time we really talked about odor was about a year ago when there was a deal in place, at least in Carpinteria, that we had a lot of optimism for, and that deal has since broken down in terms of, operators agreeing to do the best available technology, which is what this study has shown is carbon scrubbers, carbon filtration. So if that's broken down, is that going to mean more appeals? I know we have 4 currently. I've confirmed with my planning commissioner that odor is by far the strongest reason for appeals. So it's taking up a lot of time and energy on a bunch of people's parts, as well as this imbalance of enforcement being based on constituents having to spend money, time, energy to make some change. So thanks for clarifying that on the appeals. I definitely support giving this more time and potential action. I do have a question for Ms. Oderman about taxes. That's good news that it's 1.7 and not the 518 million that was in the staff report, as you indicated would likely happen. And so just to clarify, that means that the two operators, I know you can't get into who they are, I'm not asking for that, but the two operators that came through in the last final days of that 30-day window provided that 70% gap between 518 million and 1.7 million?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair.
I'm sorry, 518,000.
Yeah. No, actually, those two operators continue to not report, so they will not be able to renew their licenses per the changes we made.
Oh.
The difference is the ordinance stated that they had to report by the 30-day mark how
Yes.
much they needed to pay, and then they had an additional 30 days to actually pay the amount.
I see.
That's where the difference of the 518 and the 1.7.
So the 1.7 in the staff report was what folks had.
Everybody who had reported.
They
and
reported.
actually paid.
Okay.
In the
so
time.
could you provide, because I know this board took action to try to close that gap of operators that weren't paying taxes and therefore shorting our county and our taxpayers. Are we now at full compliance except for these two operators that didn't file and therefore won't have their license renewed? Basically, I'm asking, did our action, is it working? I know last quarter it seemed to work that we got 100% compliance in paying taxes. And where are we now?
Thank you, Supervisor Capps. Yes, I think it is working. These two operators that didn't report, they're required to report because they still hold active state licenses. But for all intents and purposes, they are not growing, and they have indicated that they're not going to renew, and they will not be able to renew because they did not report. So we continue to pursue their reports, but they're gone. So we really do have 100% compliance. We still do have operators that are reporting zero, of course, because they're not growing or they didn't have any sales in that quarter. But yes, we have 100% compliance.
Okay. Well, just to close, I reiterate support for Supervisor Nelson's suggestion that we spend more time on odor, given this, to see the numbers of 80 plus appeals related to odor and that disconnect between being told that it's working and enforcement's working, yet we know that there's good technology out there that would, I think if it were any other industry, we would be requiring that or at least looking at it. So I'm all in support of bringing this back.
Supervisor Hartman.
First a tax question and then back to odor. So with the new numbers, how does that compare then with our projected cannabis revenues?
Thank you, Supervisor Hartman. For the current fiscal year, are you referring
Or
to?
the quarter, yeah.
I believe Mr. Clementi is on the line, and his team handles the overall total projections for the year. And
I just wondered, are we close to target or are we falling short of what were already reduced expectations?
Let's have
I
Paul,
think that
and Paul is on the line. Paul, why don't you take that question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Anybody hear me?
You're a little muffled, Paul. Can you speak up a little bit closer to your mic?
Yeah, how about that? Okay, close to the mic. I believe that our projections this year are $6 million, which is about $1.5 million less than the $7.5 million that we built into the budget. And that takes into account that assumption of the 1.7 million this quarter, not the $500,000 number that had actually come in by the time we wrote this, but the 1.7 that we expected to come in.
Okay, so that's consistent with what you had in the board letter. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it doesn't increase that number.
Thank you very much. Back to odor. I believe that odor has been plaguing us ever since we adopted the ordinance, and we tried different ways of trying to address it obliquely. With caps, with banning in EDRNs, with setbacks, and now CUPs for new operations. But it continues to be an issue, and I think the fact that the revenues are less than what we expected, what kind of nuisance do we expect people to have to endure? I think our ordinance could use a look at, again, because we do have new technology. I also believe that measuring at the closest residential area instead of at the property line is really impossible because things mix. And so that's technically a very difficult thing to try to sort out unless you have a real signature from the operation, from the cannabis plants within one that you can identify elsewhere. And we don't have that kind of technology. So I would be delighted to support a discussion, once again, of odor control on cannabis. And I'm really excited that Supervisor Nelson raised this.
Supervisor Lavanilla.
Thank you. I'm ecstatic you've raised it. Because we haven't talked about it enough, honestly. We haven't? Holy crap, guys. This is all we've ever talked about for the last 5 years. So what else do we regulate by smell? I'm curious. In ag? Do we do anything in ag and smell? Because if we're going to bring back cannabis, I'm going to bring back ag. And I hope everybody's listening to this, because if you're staff or you're running any program in this county, if this comes back, when this keeps coming back, I think the writing's on the wall here. Cannabis is going to start to try to get erased, bottom line. There are the votes up here to do it. And so, because you're not going to get what you want. You're complaining about odor in not even your district. There's no way you're going to get odor control. Are there any grows inside in North County?
Supervisor Levin, I believe we have one.
One. Chison, is that right there at Los Alamos?
Correct.
That one. Okay. So outside of that, it doesn't matter what odor control. You're not going to be able to put odor control on outdoor grows. There's no technology to be able to do that. So you're going to continue to get the odor complaints that you're getting regardless of what you do. So you got to make a decision. Is that worth the money that we're getting, or isn't it? And at some point, it sounds like you guys are saying it's not worth it, which is fine. And that's a policy decision. But you better let our employees know and the community know what the trade-off is. The trade-off is there will be cuts and there'll be layoffs. And it's no coincidence since we started the cannabis program, we have not had one service level reduction in our budgets. Zero. So it's fine to sit up here and talk about that, but there are impacts that come with new programs. And I'm not saying we shouldn't try to get the best available technology on indoor grows. I think we are. But I don't know exactly what's going on in Carpinteria. I give that to the guy that represents Carpinteria. So I think we're opening a Pandora's box here. If this is where we want to go down, I'm going to be in the mix of trying to bring other industries that you spend most of your time, both of us do, trying to reduce government regulations on businesses. And it just seems so out of character that on this one industry, that's the one where all of a sudden we want to impose more restrictions and more regulations. Frankly, I don't understand it. We can have as many hearings as we want. We're going to be in the same position at the end of all of it.
And I just want to say that this discussion really seems to reflect not a local understanding of what's going on with odor. Odor is getting better, not worse. Not only evidenced by the number of complaints, but by the number of units. You just listen to staff. There's 174 carbon filtration units already installed in Carpinteria. People talk about it in the public sphere like there's zero, or that there's only ones at Everbloom. This is just not an accurate reflection of the state of odor in Carpinteria. There's also 70-something being installed. So if you want that to go faster, what you ought to do is hire more people in building and safety, because a lot of those are waiting on us to approve them, right? Waiting on the county to approve them. And then in looking at these odor abatement programs, there's only like a couple of them that don't already have carbon filtration in their OAPs at Tier 3. So there is already a legislative solution. So if you guys want to just like make this into a political fight for 2 years, it will take us at least 2 years to get through the Coastal Commission and change the ordinance, then by all means have a legislative thing and try to protect roads from odor instead of residences. Or the department can move down the tiers and install them where they ought to be installed. And mind you, that's not always the nuisance issue or the issue with some of these things. In many places, it's not odor that people are even concerned about. It's the essential oils from the buyer's system, which we have zero evidence poses a problem, but I think it's partially our own processes that require it to be run 24/7. And so part of dwelling on odor ignores the fact that there's other issues. To install all these carbon filtrations requires panel upgrades on almost every single one of these operations. That's not going to happen overnight either. Those are all a part of a process. And personally, lately, I've been dealing with more noise issues about fans from operations than I have been getting calls about odor. And sometimes those mean less systems running, not more systems running, is the solution for the people who are dealing with noises from these very systems that you guys are saying need to be, mandated. So this is complex. Each system, each situation is different, and it requires staff's ability to treat each one different. But I definitely join you in the chorus of urging staff to move places that are not compliant with their OAP down through Tier 3, because we should have more of these systems required, but just not as a legislative solution, as a administrative solution, because the tools are already there. Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. So obviously this item deserves to be a discussion item. I don't think it's fully vetted out here. I know we're putting some cards on the table, but some of the concerns that Supervisor Lavanino has are the same questions I'm asking. Would strategies put growers out of business? And that's a huge question for me, one of the first questions I have about this. And as we look at the inland area in the North County, that's an area that's already struggling with cannabis as far as staying in business. Most of our North County grows. And so how can we work with those growers to find off-ramps for them to maybe go indoors or have other solutions that we might be able to make compromises for? So that's why I think it deserves a broader discussion. I know it's all we've been talking about for the last 5 years. 5 years ago, 2 of us weren't on this board. And so there's an opportunity for us to have some of these discussions and nuances that I think it deserves. It does not mean that we're just going after cannabis and we're trying to put them out of business by any means. And in many ways, I've been a big advocate of trying to keep regulations as few as possible. But if the regulations aren't working, if it's just a house of cards system, then we should be looking at other solutions, especially if there's technology out there that can address this. And so, but I would prefer to get into that over a bigger discussion item in the future. And I'm okay with making a motion to receive and file this item.
Supervisors, and so thank you, Supervisor Nelson. If the board wants us to come back, I would appreciate a motion directing us to do that and being specific of what you'd like us to bring back. Just for some context, my office is coming back to talk about cannabis taxation options after sometime January or February, because looking at ballot measures in the future, and our direction was to come back then. If we come back on this, it's a bigger item and bigger issue, we'd have to work with planning. We wouldn't be ready to come back at that point, but we could come back sometime after that. But it'd be helpful to us if you could be specific on direction if you want us to come back.
Chair Williams, I would support adding that direction to this receive and file if that's allowed to happen.
We do have a public speaker first, so let's go to the public.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have one request to speak on that item, and we're going to remain in Santa Maria for Karen Hannenstein. Karen?
Good morning. Most of you know me. I'm speaking on this cannabis issue because I've been listening to you take a lot of time this morning talking about complaints that are happening from constituents about odor and how important the odor is, the odor issue. You enacted an illegal ordinance when you set your cannabis policy, Mr. Williams and Ms. Laganino. I'm so sorry. You were involved in setting the cannabis policy that outlawed commercial cannabis inside existing developed rural neighborhoods, but only in North County. You made that only apply to North County in existing developed rural neighborhoods, not to the ones in South County where the majority of the complaints happen. As a constituent and a person who's directly affected by your cannabis policy, I would like to know why that happened and what your justifications are for setting a policy which outlaws commercial cannabis production in designated neighborhoods, but only for North County residences. I believe that that part of your ordinance, being that it discriminates against North County businesses and North County residences and North County property owners, I believe that that specific part of your ordinance that you set is actually illegal. Where is county council in this room? Are they represented in this room? County council, are you right here? Okay. I would like to meet with county council over how the ordinance that was set by this board affects my family's property in North County, if that's possible. I also have had meetings already with Mr. Nelson and Ms. Hartman because they are our direct representatives. But Mr. Williams and Ms. Laganino, Mr. Laganino, and Ms. Capps, Mrs. Capps, I would like to meet with all of you also, if that's possible. Mr. Williams and Ms. Laganino, you're very familiar with why, because you were here during the reign of Dennis Bazanich.
Thank you, Karen. That is your time. And that concludes public comment on A6.
Is there a motion from the board?
I'll make
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we adopt staff recommendation to receive and file, and they redirect the CEO's office to work with planning, as well as her department on bringing back a future item to address the successes and the challenges that persist with odor abatement, not only coastal but inland. So I know you were asking for specifics. I think that's still fairly broad, but I think that allows for a further discussion of the board on it. I mean, I think specifically we want to know how things are moving through the various tiers. We want to know if the odor issues that are happening in North County are things that would are compliant with their odor abatement plans, or if they're going outside of them. And whether we have the staffing to do the enforcement as well as process the permits that are necessary to address this issue. That's my motion.
Second.
Motion and a second, and any comments? I'll support the motion. I think that, there still is remaining issues, and that was broad enough to, that we should address them, and that we should go over what staff's ability is to address them. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, that's 4-1. Okay, and I don't think we need any other separate votes. They all are, we went over A9 and A47. So do you have another to pull? Okay, then let's get a motion on the balance of the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion that we accept the balance of the consent agenda, and specifically on A47, that it's effective December 1st. Was there additional language that we needed on A9?
Chair Williams and members of the board, just the small correction to A28, that it was from the Laguna County Sanitation District.
All right. Make that a part of the motion as well.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. And now we will go to administrative item 51.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 51 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming November 2023 as National Family Caregivers Month in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have District Chair Sarah Eilenstein and Santa Barbara County Representative Norma Alonzo. And if you could please join us at the podium, and if you have anyone else you would like to join with you, feel free. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas United Domestic Workers, UDW, represents over 150,000 workers in 21 counties who provide home care to low-income seniors and people with disabilities through California's In-Home Supportive Services, IHSS program, and over 25,000 family child care providers who care for children on state subsidy programs. And whereas during National Family Caregivers Month, we recognize more than 90 million Americans today are family caregivers for their loved ones. And whereas IHSS providers allow their clients to live at home in comfort and dignity, avoiding expensive institutions. And whereas family caregivers provide a vital lifeline of connection and hope to loved ones during challenging and uncertain days, devoting immeasurable time, energy, and resources. And whereas throughout this month, let us remember these individuals who spend their days caring for others while balancing the responsibilities of their own lives, including employment and raising children. And whereas caregiving is overwhelming, and with the responsibility of family caregivers in our country growing every year, it is important to encourage family caregivers and to provide unending support as they carry on this important work. And whereas women, people of color, and immigrants shoulder the disproportionate share of the obligation, sometimes forced to leave good jobs to instead provide care, and their work is a profound service to their families and to our nation. But they are still too often unseen, undervalued, and underpaid. And whereas the 2023 theme is Caregivers Connect, to highlight how important it is for caregivers to build strong connections to access information, share experiences, and find support. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims November 2023 as National Family Caregivers Month in Santa Barbara County and encourages residents to bring awareness of caregiving issues, educate communities, and increase support for caregivers. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you so much. We want to thank you for your support. As you know, our family is all through California. It's a big one, and we appreciate you acknowledging the caregiving, the home care, and the child care programs. So thank you.
Buenos días a todos y muchas gracias por reconocer el gran trabajo que hacemos. Aquí muchas compañeras nos vinieron a acompañar. Gracias por el reconocimiento y y por el mes, y no nada más el nada del mes, es todo el tiempo, ¿verdad? Que nos deben de dar gracias, debemos de dar gracias a todos ustedes por reconocer el gran trabajo que hacemos, que no es fácil, pero no es imposible. Gracias.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to say we certainly learned during COVID that childcare is critical to our economy and to the well-being of our families. I serve on the Adult and Aging Network, and there we see that care is critical to keep people in their homes and to support families. So your work is extremely important, and we need to support you and bring more people into this field because we're facing a silver tsunami. More and more of us are going to need help. So thank you for being here, and you've got my commitment to help.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Lavnino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I have to say that this probably is one of the areas where I've had the most conversion over my time here, and it's those two the two signs that we were holding up were the home care saves lives, and also, if you look at it from the other side, it does save money. So it makes sense on both ends. It was slow for me to come around and learn that, but I have. Thank you for educating me on this issue, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I wanted to join the chorus of thanks. When I drove in today, I saw all of you gathered outside, and I thought, I wonder what they're here for. And I'm just touched that you would honor us by coming today so we can look you in the eye and thank you for your hard work, about the hardest work you can do, but the most important. So I give you my honor and my support. Thanks for being here.
Y último, era un honor a escribir esta resolución. Gracias por su trabajo dura. Okay. Number 52.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 52 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution in support of Allen Hancock College offering a bachelor's degree. And joining us here in person, we have Superintendent and President of Allen Hancock College, Dr. Kevin Walters. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas bachelor degree attainment in northern Santa Barbara County is below the state's average, and whereas the nearest baccalaureate granting universities to northern Santa Barbara County are UCSB and Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, both of which maintain international profiles that result in low admission rates for local students. And whereas the benefits of bachelor's degrees are well documented, with a recent nationwide study reporting that median earnings of bachelor's degree recipients were 65% higher than those of high school graduates. And whereas current data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicates that management jobs in fields such as operations, health services, transportation, and communications are in high demand and pay livable wages in Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. And whereas Allen Hancock College, established over a century ago in 1920, is a federally designated Hispanic-serving institution that has been recognized 5 times since 2011 by the Aspen Institution as a top 150 community college nationally. And whereas Allen Hancock College maintains a strong record of partnering with regional businesses and industry municipalities, agencies, and K-12 educational institutions for workforce development, and contributes in excess of $550 million annually to the local economy. And whereas Allen Hancock College is applying to the Board of Governors of the California Community Colleges to offer its first bachelor's degree for local students who may not be able to move or commute out of the region for their education. And whereas the proposed Bachelor's of Science in Applied Professional Studies will provide practical management education through the college's business department and will prepare graduates for entry-level positions in office management, human resources, and other basic business operations. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby express our unequivocal support for Allen Hancock College in its application to the Board of Governors of the California Community Colleges to offer a bachelor's degree in applied professional studies, passed and adopted today.
Thank you. And I want to thank all of the supervisors, but particularly Supervisors Hartman, Lavanino, and Nelson, who kind of arm wrestled to be the leads on this. And I know, Chair Williams, you were part of that as well. But this is such a critical part for our community. This is my 11th year at Hancock College, and it's my 11th year of begging Cal Poly or Channel Islands to come here and serve us, and they would start and then stop and start and stop. We can't wait anymore. The cost to go to a CSU, if you finish in 4 years, is over $25,000. That doesn't include the fees that the local campuses add, which range from $900 per year to $5,000 per year. Give you one really close guess where the $5,000 per year is. So $45,000 to get a degree in our region is not attainable for too many of our people, and we want to make sure that we can do that. The cost of a community college degree is set in statute. It would be $11,700, and if you get it from Hancock as a high school graduate, right now you get the first year free, and soon we'll have our endowment up to the point where we'll do 2 years free. So it'd actually be half that cost for students in our region. It's absolutely huge. We know we're going to get pushback from the CSU, so this is very helpful for us that we can go to Sacramento. We might actually have to take some of you with us to Sacramento to talk to the Board of Governors, but this is going to be really important for our community, and we're glad that we're able to have the support from you and from the other municipalities in the area. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
There are a couple of things I want to say. First of all, thank you, Dr. Walters, for staying. You are at almost every celebration that I go in the community. You're not an ivory tower institution. You are engaged personally, and the institution is engaged in the broader community. In my view, Allen Hancock College and becoming a 4-year degree program is the #1 thing we can do for economic development in North County. We have a tremendous mismatch right now between the kinds of skills people have and the jobs that are available. And that's only going to get worse with technology. We can already see that there are tractors like Roombas there's new technology where strawberries, an automatic thing will pull all the weeds. They can pick grapes with machines. So farm workers are going to need another kind of career. And I happen to know some Latino families, extended family of mine. Many times these children, when they get college age, have to stay and support their family, or they have to take care of younger children. And so they don't go away to college as much. They need a college that's local that they can attend. And they really don't have that opportunity here in our area. And so Dr. Walters has been a voice in the wilderness. I see his columns in the papers. I see him for years saying this is something that's needed. Well, now our legislative platform in the county does in fact have a plank that says we support this. And if you need somebody to go to Sacramento, I'm there.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And I just wanted to add an echo of support personally, as well as thanking you for the work you're doing with Cuesta College on this as well, for the public. Cuesta College is working together with Hancock to advocate together. Cuesta College has a little bit of a steeper road. They're actually looking at a teaching degree, which obviously we know that we have huge gaps in qualified educators locally, and many of them having to of our locals who want to get degrees in education have to pay private schools large sums to be able to get those degrees remotely here in the Santa Maria Valley or on the Central Coast. So I think these two degrees together really complement each other. The combined efforts of Cuesta and Hancock leadership is something to really celebrate. And I'm with you, Supervisor Hartman. I'll be happy to go to Sacramento and arm wrestle some directors of the Board of Governors.
Okay, administrative item number 53.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 53 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing the 10th anniversary of the Economic Alliance Foundation. And joining us in person today, we have Initiatives Director, Econ Alliance, Victoria Connor. And we'll have you join us at the podium, and I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Econ Alliance, a nonprofit organization, has been a beacon of visionary leadership for the past decade, dedicated to promoting entrepreneurship and innovation in northern Santa Barbara County. And whereas Econ Alliance serves as a key catalyst inspiring high performance, globally competitive industries and thriving communities through business. And whereas Econ Alliance has business supporting initiatives for agriculture, energy, healthcare, high tech, and advanced manufacturing, wine and tourism, and space sectors. And whereas Econ Alliance has been a leader in fostering cross-sector initiatives for innovative and entrepreneurship, infrastructure, and broadband, workforce and education, and resilience and prosperity. And whereas through advocacy, strategic initiatives, unique partnerships, and creative programs, Econ Alliance has consistently driven positive economic impact, supporting the development of well-paying jobs, cultivating a highly skilled workforce, and providing opportunities for workers to thrive. And whereas Econ Alliance has a commitment to industry attraction, retention, and championing key sectors that not only fuel the economic engine of northern Santa Barbara County, but also inspire regional economic vitality. And whereas Econ Alliance stands as a testament to innovation, having implemented unique programs such as the Northern Santa Barbara County NSBC internship program and the Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP, outreach project, furthering its mission to nurture talent and bridge connectivity gaps. Therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize and celebrate Econ Alliance 10th anniversary. May Econ Alliance continue to inspire positive change and innovation in northern Santa Barbara County in the years to come. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you very much, especially to the sponsors of the resolution. Just wanted to thank all of you for voting for it. And this recognition is important to Econ Alliance, I think, because we sometimes are a little bit behind the scenes. We aren't always the ones that implement important programs, but we inspire a lot of thinking and analysis and understanding of industries and key issues for North County prosperity. So we think we play an important role in those regards. Just very pleased that we've been able to enhance understanding of our North County industries by doing the first Ag Forum. We're on our 6th one now coming up in 2024. First energy forums and a lot of education around oil and gas and other renewables and so forth. We recently did wind energy overview. We've done the first Petroleum 101 way back when, and some of you remember those. We also had our first manufacturing forum this year for North County manufacturers to share some of the issues that are important to them. And then the cross-industry initiatives that we do are critical, I think, too, because they regard things early on like global trade, more recently education and workforce. We just started our North County internship program. And then, of course, most of you know about our broadband work. So we feel that we contribute greatly to the inspiration of programs and activities creating North County prosperity, and we hope to continue to do that for a long time. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, well, I think Vicki's been there the entire 10 years, not always in the same role, but certainly the beating heart, really, of this organization. I think it really has been inspiring for so much else that has happened, and particularly broadband. I remember you coming into my office with this plan, and it really got me thinking, and I think all of us thinking about how we don't have any place in our organization to deal with this, the kind of expertise, and yet it's needed. And so you really inspired us to get working, and I think bear a lot of the credit for having now a regional broadband strategy for our county as a whole that's now bringing down millions of dollars, and especially looking at underserved rural areas. That's where we're starting. So it's really an invaluable organization, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And I also want to thank Vicki for all of her hard work. Her and her husband, Jay, are pillars of our North County community. It's not just Econ Alliance, but pretty much any nonprofit or event that goes on in the North County. You'll see one of them, if not both of them, out there, and they are a big help to us, again, behind the scenes, but also out there in the public. And I really appreciate your help, Vicki. You probably deserve this, your own resolution here, not just the organization, but that's very typical of Vicki. She wants to put the organization first and not herself. So again, Vicki, we really appreciate your work. You know, to piggyback on Supervisor Hartman's comments, you know, the work that Econ Alliance had done a decade ago really strategically put Santa Barbara County in a great position to take advantage of these dollars that have come into our community and our state and our nation for connectivity. And you know, I'm happy to report that fiber is being laid to homes in Los Alamos now as we speak, and so that's a big step forward for that community, one of our disadvantaged communities in our county. So I think all that would not have happened as quickly as it did without the work of Econ Alliance and Vicki Connors. So thank you.
We are now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak on general public comment, both on Zoom, and we are going to begin with Teresa Vogel to be followed by Ashley Freeman. Teresa?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Teresa Vogel, and I work for the County of Santa Barbara. I am a mental health practitioner for the Department of Behavioral Wellness. I have worked for the county for 22 years, and I enjoy this job because it allows me to work with those in need, provide support, education about mental illness, and I get to work with wonderful staff. I'm here today as a member of Local 620, and would like to remind the board and leadership of what kind of impact we make in the county. Our staff, we're at North County Crisis Services in Santa Maria, and we help those in crisis regain stability to obtain mental health treatment, and then we help folks get to established care if they're interested in mental health services. We work very hard for the county. Bargaining will be here before you know it, and we want the Board of Supervisors to see a face that goes along with the work we do daily. We hope the board will bargain a fair contract that allows us to continue to work for Santa Barbara County. It has become increasingly difficult to live on the Central Coast with the cost of living. Please value your hardworking employees when we sit down at the table to bargain. Thank you very much for your time.
We will now go to Ashley Freeman, who is our final speaker on general public comment. Ashley?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Ashley Freeman. I work as an RN at the Santa Barbara Healthcare Center for the County of Santa Barbara. I've been an RN for 25 years, of which 5 of them have been at the county. I'm here today as a member of the local SCIU 620 to remind the board and the impact nurses make on the county by providing you with a little insight into what I do and tell you why the board should continue to support nursing by providing incentives that will not only keep our current staff, but attract new applicants in order to preserve the future of nursing here and patient care at Santa Barbara County Public Health. Every day, nurses like me go above and beyond to care for our patients and put them first. We work through our lunches, our breaks, and we cover for each other and for our medical assistants. We are constantly understaffed. We are right now short 3 regular staffed RNs and an RN supervisor. We are also short medical assistants. We are told that there are very few candidates to choose from and that leadership is doing all they can to fill the open positions. It was recently brought to my attention that the county pays $6 to $11 less per hour for medical assistance than UCLA and Cottage. As a result, myself, as well as other nurses, work tirelessly to fill in these gaps. Unfortunately, the county does not do enough for its clinic staff to compensate them for the daily challenges and poor staffing we are constantly up against. The cost of living has skyrocketed, and we are constantly asked to do more with less. We are asking the board for an increase in COLA. We are also asking the board for an increase in bilingual pay. Having bilingual staff not only increases clinic efficiencies, but it also creates trust in patients by bridging cultural barriers. It also incentivizes more healthcare workers to become bilingual. My job description as a clinic nurse requires that I have an RN license that a nurse can get in 2 years. I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing with a minor in nutrition and a Master of Science in Nursing with an emphasis in public health equal to 7 years of school. But the county doesn't compensate me for my higher education as other neighboring counties do. In fact, on October 28th, Ventura County posted a primary care clinic senior RN position that starts at $104,000 to $123,000 annually. Not only do they pay more, but they value higher education and pay an additional 3.5% for a bachelor's degree or 5% for a master's degree. They also have incentive pay for certification, but we don't. Since I live in Carpinteria, this position is quite attractive to me. So I wonder sometimes, why should I stay with Santa Barbara County? Our public health director, Dr. Hamami, recently did a needs survey to understand priorities for strategic planning. An overwhelming 43% of participants identified supporting the public health workforce as their #1 priority.
Thank you, Ashley. That is your time.
Thank you.
Ashley, I'll just ask you for the statistics from Dr. Hamami's finding, because I'm allowed to ask questions.
Of course. Yes, so that was from a needs survey that he sent out to the public health team and the public health workforce. And a great majority of the participants chose supporting the public health workforce over other priorities. And he gave those results in an email to all of us.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your work, and I hope you hang with us at least through bargaining, because we can address many things through that.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson also had a public comment because we voted on the item that he had intended to speak about, A47.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I just want to take this opportunity. After 11 years and 11 months, the 4th District will be having a new planning commissioner on December 1st. As many of you guys know, Commissioner Larry Farini, who has served our county well for the last decade plus, will be heading back to the farm with his boys and making sure that he's really mentoring the next generation. Lucky for me, because of redistricting, I now have someone in my district that I think can fill Larry's shoes. I have here today Roy Reed. If Roy, would you stand for a moment? Roy will be stepping into Larry's shoes on December 1st after the action that we took today to appoint Roy to the Planning Commission. Roy is retired from the medical industry. He is a multi-generational resident of the Santa Maria Valley. He is a taxpayer advocate, a rancher. He's been a director on many nonprofits up here, and so I think he's going to do an excellent job serving our county and the 4th District, and I look forward to having Roy in that position. Tomorrow at the Planning Commission hearing, we will be honoring Commissioner Farini in his last meeting with the resolution that we all adopted today, surrounded by family and friends, as we celebrate his service to our county. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize Roy and mention that opportunity tomorrow to recognize Commissioner Farini. So thank you, Chair.
All right, departmental item number 1, we need to read it, even though there is a request to continue it.
Yes, Chair Williams and members of the board, as previously noted, departmental item number 1 is from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an ordinance to amend County Code Chapter 46A, inclusionary housing. And we did receive a request from the department to continue this item to our January 23rd, 2024 meeting. And we have no requests to speak on the continuance of this item.
Is there a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Let's go to item. Is there any public comment? Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on that item.
Let's go to departmental item number 2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is also from the Community Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a first amendment to the 2019 through 2025 Tri-County Regional Energy Network 3C REN Memorandum of Agreement and ARIP Agreement. And there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Good morning, members of the board. This is George Chapchin, Director of Community Services. I am going to turn this over to Ashley Watkins and April Price to make a presentation.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. As George mentioned, I'll be doing today's presentation along with April Price, who I just wanted to mention is Sustainability Division's Energy Portfolio Manager. I think this is her first presentation to the board as a member of CSD's team. She's been doing a really excellent job leading on a lot of our energy-related projects and programs. Next slide. So today we are looking forward, next slide. So today we're looking forward to providing you with an update on the Tri-County Regional Energy Network's activities and outcomes. 3C REN has been and will continue to be a really key pillar of CSD's strategy to provide funding for staff as well as programs that support the county's climate action goals. Other recommended actions that we're requesting today include approval of a MOA with Ventura and San Luis Obispo counties that will result in approximately $6 million in funding for the County of Santa Barbara, approval of an agreement with ARIP. ARIP is a sustainability consulting firm that we've been working with to develop and implement our energy assurance services program. And then we'd also like to ask that you authorize the CSD director to extend the term of the agreement with ARIP for up to 1 year if necessary. And then finally find that these actions are not subject to CEQA.
And Chair Williams, members of the board, my apologies. Our PowerPoint presentation is frozen, so we wanted to just take a brief moment to close out of it and reopen it, if that's okay. Great.
Give us a minute, Ashley.
Sure.
Alrighty, I believe we are good to go now. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Jacqueline. If we could just move to the next slide. So I wanted to provide a bit of background on the Tri-County Regional Energy Network, also known as 3C REN. It's a partnership between San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties, and it was created to help support local climate goals by delivering regional energy saving programs that are really customized to the needs of our local communities that ultimately will reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Also providing workforce training that's going to help prepare our local workforce for the clean energy transition. And by providing these programs, incentives, and workforce training opportunities, 3C REN is really trying to invest in our local economy. The work that we're doing is supporting not just our climate and energy goals, but can also and will also support goals of things like our comprehensive economic development plan that we recently adopted. 3C Ren is funded by ratepayer dollars. So all of us who pay electricity or natural gas bills are paying into this. And so it's a goal of ours to really bring these dollars back to our region so it can fit, those funding sources can support our local priorities. On the right, you can see a graphic of how 3C Ren is structured. So Ventura County is 3C Ren's administrative lead, and they're responsible for fiscal administration, reporting, and overall general liaisoning with the California Public Utilities Commission. We have a leadership team that's made up of one co-director from each county, and that team is responsible for making high-level decisions about the REN and its trajectory. Each county has at least one program in 3C Ren's portfolio that they manage. For example, currently we're managing the Home Energy Savings Program, which has a single family and a multifamily program under it. And then each program has a program team, and there's a member or representative from each county that participates in the implementation of the program. And our goal is really to provide programs that are accessible to everyone, but most importantly, we're targeting a lot of our programs towards underserved or hard to reach community members. Next slide. So some of the history on 3C Ren. We're, 3 counties that make up the REN, and we have a really long-standing relationship and collaboration that goes back to 2013 when we were administering one regional energy efficiency program called Empower, and we had funding from the investor-owned utilities to implement that program. When it became clear that the utilities were going to unfund that program, our counties began looking for other funding opportunities. So in 2016, there was an opportunity to submit a business plan to the California Public Utilities Commission. We took that opportunity and submitted a business plan requesting $50 million to develop and implement energy savings programs. 2 short years later, the CPUC approved our request, making us one of only 3 regional energy networks in the state. And then in 2022, 3C Ren submitted a new business plan requesting $155 million in funding to continue to operate existing programs and then also develop new programs. And that business plan was approved this year. So just to kind of give you an idea of scale, in total, by the end of 2031, 3C Ren will have secured $205 million to invest in our community for sustainability staff, workforce training, and financial incentives. And of that amount, roughly $15 million will have come directly to the county to cover staffing and some implementation costs. And that does not include the money that's being invested in Santa Barbara County to provide incentives for energy efficiency, electrification projects, or workforce training. And I want to highlight that back in, I think, 2016 or 2017, the board approved $18,000 for us to go towards hiring a technical consultant. So our initial investment in that first business plan was, staff time and that $18,000. So a pretty small investment for what we're seeing coming back to the region. Next slide. Also want to highlight that at the state level, there's really a paradigm shift happening in terms of how these ratepayer dollars can be used. So first, there's a shift away from programs of the past where there were very rigid requirements in terms of the types of equipment that qualified for incentives. Now we're seeing things move towards more flexible programs that provide incentives based on how much energy a customer saves. And that is, a really good approach because these programs they're sort of agnostic to how a customer or a contractor achieves those energy savings. It could be behavioral, turning off lights, or it could be switching out equipment replacement. It's very, very flexible. The main goal is to save energy. And this approach provides a lot of flexibility, less paperwork, and less requirements for customers and contractors. The second shift relates to the expansion of how these dollars can be used. Previously, these energy efficiency funds could only be used for that, energy efficiency. They could not be used for things like providing technical assistance or incentives for solar, battery storage, or electric vehicles. And that's been a real point of frustration for program administrators. But a recent decision from the CPUC will now allow us to provide technical assistance that integrates energy efficiency, demand response, solar, storage, and electric vehicles, which is really important. If you're a business owner or a homeowner, you probably don't want someone coming out and doing an assessment just on energy efficiency. You want to look holistically at all the things that you could do in your home. And that's essentially what we call in the industry integrated demand side management. Next slide. So currently 3C Ren offers programs for two key audiences, building professionals and households. But with the approval of our most recent business plan, we're able to expand the services that we offer to agriculture, commercial, and public agencies. So now I'd like to turn it over to April, and she is going to give you an overview of some of our existing programs and the programs that we'll be working on developing going forward.
Thank you, Ashley. Good morning, supervisors, via the chair. The first program that I'd like to cover is our Home Energy Savings Single Family Program. And this is the program designed to really drive down the prices of energy efficient upgrades for homeowners in the county and in the Tri-County region. And this program does so by paying incentives for all types of energy projects that save energy, including electrification. And the incentives for these projects are highest for our hard-to-reach homes in the region. In Santa Barbara County, that includes homes where English is not the primary language spoken, for folks that live in a mobile home, or for households that qualify for discounted utility rates. And these incentives are very high and in some cases pay for most, or in some cases all of the cost of the project. In order to access these incentives, homeowners need to work with enrolled contractors to access these benefits. Just to give you an example of how this has been working so far, we've had over 225 projects completed to date, and I'd like to share a story from a customer who worked with our program. Ariel Colon and his family in Lompoc received a free heat pump water heater, which is a very high efficient water heater, by combining the incentives from the single family 3C Ren program and the state tech program. So this project, which had a $7,300 price tag up front, was free for this family. And he was, when I spoke to him, he was very appreciative of the support of the incentives. And just highlighting that 3C Ren serves to not only offer these incentives, but connect customers to complementary programs to really drive down those costs. The program that serves our multifamily population is an incentive program for multifamily property owners. And this is paid at the per apartment or per unit level at up to $750 per unit. The program is structured so that it provides technical assistance for these property owners to really plan for comprehensive energy upgrades for their entire properties. And really the goal here is to lower energy use and emissions, but also to save the households, those that live in these apartments, money and improve their health and comfort. So far, this program has served 7 apartment buildings across the region with 220 apartments. A modest accomplishment, but would like to highlight that these projects have a longer timeline. It's an on-ramp process. And so we have 113 properties that are actively exploring program participation. And we really see a lot of potential for this work. In order to reach these property owners, we've done quite a bit. We've had cold calling. We've worked with with various agencies that have connections with these property owners. But I'd just like to highlight that so far the most effective method of outreach has come from your board. And so the letters that were sent out last year really resulted in a spike of interest from multifamily property owners. So we'd like to thank you very much for your support. The next program that I'd like to cover is our Building Performance Training Program. And this is a program designed to train both current and prospective building professionals. So this includes architects, contractors, real estate professionals, students, and those that might just be considering a career change. Because of this wide audience that we serve, that we hope to serve, the training modules that we offer are pretty wide as well. We have very technical offerings. We have courses that are more focused on soft skills, and we have quite introductory courses as well to just kind of expose people in the community to this as a viable career opportunity as well. And so really the goal here is to help workers thrive in an evolving industry. Prior to 3C Ren being able to offer these courses that are really catered to our community, folks in the building industry had to travel, usually down to Los Angeles, to offer courses through the investor-owned utilities. So it's really been key to the success of this work to offer local programming and cater that to meet the needs of those in the region. The industry is always changing, and so preparing folks in the community to meet decarbonization goals requires constant training in order to keep the economic benefits of those building upgrades here in our county. And the program has started to really gain some traction. We are now currently offering about 50 trainings a year with about 1,000 attendees per year. And I just put a few examples of our courses up there to give you an idea of what we're working with. Introduction to Passive House Design, Home Electrification Planning, and Overcoming Objections to Heat Pumps. So this is a course offered to contractors when they're speaking to people in the community. Our last existing program is our Energy Code Connect program, and this program is designed to make the energy code easy to follow. This program serves a variety of building professionals with an emphasis on jurisdiction staff, and the program is offered with a few different components. The first on the screen, the Energy Code Coach, is actually a phone number or email support service that building professionals can call whenever they have a question about how to implement the energy code correctly. And so this has really taken off within the last year. I've gotten a lot more traction. So there is this need from our building professionals in trying to meet energy code and having a helping hand in doing so. The program also offers training and support on the regular updates and changes to the code, regional forums to connect jurisdiction staff to each other, and reach code support for jurisdictions who are interested in exploring reach codes or implementing them. So these are our existing programs, and now I'll move into our new programs that we'll be launching in 2024. And these new programs, you'll notice, have a similar theme. They're all focused on offering, at least at some level, a technical assistance to help energy customers plan and identify energy upgrades. So the first program is our Commercial Marketplace program, which is designed to serve small businesses with high energy use and demand. And this program will offer technical assistance to these customers, again, to help figure out what actually needs to be done within their business, and then support in implementing those upgrades. This will be an incentive program, very similar to our single-family program, by which we will pay incentives based on the energy savings of the project. So if you're going to save more energy on a project, you're going to receive a higher incentive. The program will also connect customers with other programs that are complementary so that, we hope to see high implementation of the projects that we identify. And really just highlighting the need here, even if a small business is interested in pursuing energy upgrades, they often simply don't have the capacity to even analyze what could be beneficial to their facility. The next new program will be our Energy Assurance Services, although to Ashley's previous point, this is actually an expansion of a program that the county currently offers through the Sustainability Division. We have offered this program for about 2 years now with funding from the California Energy Commission, $1 million. And through 3C REN, we'll be able to expand and continue this service to the Tri-County region. This program serves critical facilities or facilities that hope to offer critical services to the community. And we're able to offer audits through this program to identify energy efficiency and resiliency projects. So we're looking for solar, we're looking for batteries, we're looking for ways to keep these critical facilities operational during what could be a 3-day power outage. And we're doing so in collaboration with ARIP, who again has implemented the program for the county and would continue to do so for 3C REN as the technical auditor. And again, really highlighting simply the need to prepare these facilities that offer critical services to be able to continue to offer those services, reduce energy demand, and to increase their resiliency. And the final new program is our Agricultural Technical Assistance Program. This program will have a special focus on indoor agriculture and cannabis and smaller agricultural operations, and will offer technical assistance to these customers, again, as a way to identify and then ultimately implement upgrades. This won't be an incentive program, but it will be a way to connect growers with incentive programs or other programs to implement. And we see this as a key opportunity to support local agriculture in the community. All right. So that was just a quick overview for you all, and we welcome questions from your board. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you so much. I was overwhelmed by how impressive this program is. I was already familiar with the sustainability benefits, and having worked with April Price in different capacity in the past, I know what a wonderful touch you have in terms of the concierge service of helping people who are quite intimidated by making these transitions to sustainability, and you do it so well. So it's wonderful to see the fruits of your labor, as well as Ashley and the rest of the team. But what I didn't know is that talking about resources this morning and financial revenue is how much this program brings into the county, which is incredible. If I have this correct, it was over $220 million into investments of the county. Is that roughly accurate, Ashley? I just think it's worth repeating.
Through the course, so we have funding now through 2031. So cumulatively at the end of 2031, we'll have brought in $205 million to the Tri-County region.
That's impressive. And then you said $15 million in terms of staffing for our county.
$15 million for our county that would cover staffing, things like the contract before your board with ARIP.
That's just really good to hear, on top of the other goals of reaching our climate action goals, et cetera, and saving our planet. But I did have a couple questions on slide 7 related to the hard to reach communities, which obviously is incredibly important. And it looks as though you're making some good headway. I wondered if the elderly are part of that, of your universe, and if retirement homes and others are, on the horizon, or if you're not already in touch with folks that would be quite intimidated and would find this kind of transition challenging. I'm just curious if that's in the plan.
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. Certainly, so hard to reach, again, is defined in a number of ways.
Yeah.
And one of those ways is eligibility for a discounted utility rate. So certainly not all, older people are eligible for these discounted utility rates, but because it is based on income, retired people tend to be more so. So that's one way that older people can benefit from these very high incentives for single-family homeowners. To your point about retirement homes, that's something that we might be able to serve through some of our newer programs, or it would kind of depend on the design. But it's certainly something to look into potentially for our multifamily program.
Yeah, and on that multifamily program, please sign me up. It's nice to hear that the letters sent by this board have, resulted in more people utilizing these savings and utilizing these services. So count me. I told Ashley yesterday to count me in for a future letter, and if it makes sense to target retirement homes, we certainly have quite a few in the 2nd District. So. And I just wanted to end with, I know Supervisor Williams has provided so much invaluable leadership to this regional approach. I just think the future is regional on so many of these really hard challenges, particularly climate change, which doesn't abide by our jurisdiction and lines. And so it's good to see the breadth of how impactful such a strong regional program is. And I don't know if you want to speak to the future. I know you priced out to 2031, but if there is I would love to just hear, in closing with my questions, where do you see this going? It seems as though it's just expanding and getting into charging stations, et cetera. Where do you see this going, to either of you?
Yeah, Supervisor Capps, to the chair. From the beginning, I've seen 3C REN as really sort of a container for anything that could be energy, climate, or even workforce development related. So it was initially formed to go after these energy efficiency dollars that were available from the state, but it really can be a mechanism for a wide variety of things. And I think the only thing that would keep it from doing so would just be capacity. But yes, we're already starting to look at other funding sources, for example, from the Department of Energy, to bring in more funding for things like piloting a electric vehicle car share program at a multifamily project. And we can couple that with the work that we're already doing with the multifamily program. So really trying to just expand out more and more what 3C REN can do so that we can go to property owners and offer, really comprehensive options. We can now, with this, change in some of the rules with the PUC, offer technical assistance for things like electric vehicles, solar, and storage, but we can't provide incentives. And so I think that's the next thing for 3C REN needs to kind of focus on, is finding additional resources for incentives, especially with the hard to reach markets that we're working with.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
I had a couple of questions. The first is, we were one of 3 regional partnerships in the entire state, and now?
Now we're one of 5. There's been 2 RENs that have been approved by the PUC. One more recently called the Rural REN, and then there's one called iREN that's out of Riverside County. And that's actually also become something that's made us more competitive. So being able to operate on a tri-county basis makes us competitive to funding sources. But we've actually partnered with Bay REN out of the Bay Area recently to get a grant from the DOE. And I think one of the reasons why we were successful was because we could show that we were, covering this really broad geographic territory.
Thank you. This has always been more opaque, this program, so I really appreciate learning more about it today. And so I think if I understand correctly, we get money from the ratepayers that come through the investor-owned utilities, and then we have a plan, and then the CPUC approves that plan, and then we expend those funds. But then we can attract additional money to that structure? Is that through grants?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then two other things. It seems like a broad range of programs, and I'm especially interested in the building professionals and the technical training there, because I think that that's a bottleneck. But what could you give me a little more background on the decision? We've gone kind of broad. We've taken it in steps. But why that as opposed to being really narrow and say we're going to get multifamily apartment buildings, or we're going to just help me understand the reasoning behind the kinds of programs that you've chosen.
Sure. I mean, the decisions are really made based on what the three counties together have interest in. There's, certain sectors that the PUC allows you to apply for funding for. And then there are some limitations in terms of how much budget you can put towards certain activities. I would say that our climate action plan work has, kind of done a lot to really focus where we are trying to allocate resources. We could put all of our, efforts towards multifamily housing, but that wouldn't allow us to serve other areas like business. So from the sustainability perspective, we really started out as being more residentially focused, but we were seeing more and more need from the commercial sector, more requests, and we really couldn't help them. And so we saw it as a gap that we needed to fill. Commercial businesses also typically use more energy than a home. So that's kind of some of the rationale that goes through 3C Ren's decision-making process in terms of programs that we're going to develop.
And do you consider energy use as you try to prioritize which programs to invest in and develop?
Own it, but there's other pieces that we're looking at too, such as, are there other complementary funding sources that would allow us to do things like, bring together incentives to allow a customer like the gentleman in Lompoc, to basically get a free heat pump water heater. So there's a variety of things that we're considering.
And do you do general public education?
We do. We do a lot of public education. Our main sort of focus for, say, the single family, we work with we're working with a project called Resilient Central Coast, and we've been hosting a series of workshops, first for county employees to really drive interest in our single family program. And then we've been working with the Community Environmental Council that provides a service called Electrify Your Life. So residents can contact them directly and sort of be walked through the different programs that are available that they could take advantage of.
Great. And the last thing,
there's always more that we can do.
Yeah. Last question. Like Supervisor Capps, I was struck by the fact that board outreach helps you. And we have newsletters and social media, and when you can tee things up to us in a little flyer that we can send out, that makes it, we're happy to promote that. So please don't forget. Thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. My first question goes to why is this a 4/5 vote? Maybe this is from County Council. I was kind of concerned, trying to understand why it's a 4/5 vote today.
I believe it's a 4/5 vote because of the Arab contract.
Supervisor Nelson, members of the board, let me just check on that and I'll
I'll follow up.
Yeah, because I didn't see a budget adjustment in the packet. I was actually concerned with a lot of the financials that I was looking at here in this presentation. Maybe Ms. Watkins can help me with this, but the approval, $820,000, nowhere in the board letter does it tell us where those dollars are coming from. So that's also another concern. Typically, when we have a fiscal and facilities impact, it will identify a funding source. Just says just $820,000, and I assume that's why we have a budget revision, is because that wasn't anticipated in the budget. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know where it's going to. I guess it's to go into that contract. So I need some clarification on that.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair. So the funding is coming from the contract that we have with 3C Ren. That's also part of this board letter. So they're connected.
So it's a pass through? Is that what we're doing here? We're getting $820,000 from 3C Ren, and then we're going to go ahead and pay that to ARUP. Is that what I'm understanding?
No. So we have a memorandum of agreement that the board would be approving that would give basically $6 million to the County of Santa Barbara, and then we would use a portion of those funds to continue our contract with ARUP for $820,000.
Okay, and so the $6 million there, that we're taking in $6 million from 3C Ren.
Yes.
Is that just for 23, 24?
No, that goes through 2027.
Okay, so that's approximately, what is that? Is that 4 fiscal years? Or 3 fiscal years?
So it would be for 24, 25, 26, 27, so it's 4 years.
Okay, so with that, so it'd be $2 million a year. This contract is for the length of the entire term, or is that just a single year contract? I'm just trying to get the math on it. Wasn't specific in the board letter.
April, confirm with me. I think it's a 2-year contract with ARUP.
It is a 2-year contract with ARUP.
Okay, so then the balance of those funds that we're receiving through 3C Ren, how are those getting programmed into the budget? Because I guess that's why we're also taking the 4/5, is because we have to now bring those into the department. So, and those aren't budgeted as well, or were those budgeted?
So it would cover staff time. So it covers sustainability staff time for those years. And some of that is budgeted, but we were still waiting for a final decision from the California Public Utilities Commission on the business plan. So, for example, the ARUP contract wasn't fully budgeted for because we weren't sure that we would have the funding for it.
Supervisors, I see Andrew Young is also on the line. Andrew, could you just point to could you answer Supervisor Nelson's question about the 4/5 vote and what needs to be appropriated, if anything?
Sure. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we will return to the board as a separate item. It had to do with a freeze on budget revisions. So our plan is to come back to the board for a budget revision for the remainder of the contract. But we have that partially funded mostly for this year.
So there'll be excess funds then?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So these programs seem to be good programs, or actually one other question before I get into that. So these are coming from ratepayers, the money from the utilities. So it's basically a user utility tax, right? So the ratepayers pay this on their bill.
Yes, there's a line item charge when you pay your bill. It typically comes up as something called public goods funds charge.
Okay.
So it gets allocated. There's a percentage allocation that the PUC approves. And so, the same amount gets allocated whether there's a REN or not a REN. So, bringing these dollars back to us locally through the REN is a good thing.
So in jurisdictions that don't have RENs, they pay the same amount of
pretty much, yeah. So it's really important that we're making sure that these dollars are coming back to
I read
us.
different information online, so I was just, because I was understanding this went above and beyond, and maybe Supervisor Williams, I know he's kind of an expert in this, can help.
So yeah, the reason why we did Senate Bill 350 in 2015 was not just that we wanted to amp up the renewable percentage required of the utilities, but because the public goods charge, which pre-existed before that, it was a $1 billion actually in ratepayer funds per year back in 2015. It's probably a lot more now. Was not being efficiently spent. And so that's part of why the PUC seems pretty open to these arrangements, even if unorthodox or different, is, the level that was going to administrative overhead in the utilities was really significant. And so the PUC is looking for folks who are able to allocate money or get money to ratepayers in a more efficient manner. So that's essentially the background, though there's other things that are now possible to address with these funds than there used to be, including more mechanisms to handle commercial, where that's really one of the biggest unexplored areas of energy efficiency.
So my question for Supervisor Williams, if you can help me with this. So a jurisdiction that doesn't have a RIN is paying the same amount on their rates.
That's right. The public goods charge is pretty uniform around the state.
Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful to explain that. And so, again, ratepayers pay this. I'm glad that, it's getting more local control. But understanding that these are really taxpayers' dollars that are just moving back through the utilities and back to our community. I am concerned about the ROI for us. $50 million over the last few years. I'm looking at the current programs, and if you actually add up all the contacts and all the houses, it ended up being about $33,000 per contact, and that was even for trainings. And so I'm concerned that these dollars, $50 million being spent, are we evaluating it based on per household, how much it's costing us, labor, whatnot? Do we have any matrices involved? Because I'm concerned that our administrative overhead is extensive on these numbers too. And if you just take out the trainings alone, that's almost $100,000 per contact that we've had with either a household, a home to date, per living unit, per cases that we've dealt with the code coach. That's a lot of money for those tasks. And so I'm concerned about what does this business plan look like moving forward. I don't have the business plan in here. That wasn't part of the materials. I don't feel satisfied that we are having some cost controls on these dollars per results. Because if we're getting these results and we're spending those dollars efficiently, I have no objection at all. But based on what I see here for 3C REN and the current programs for the last $50 million, that's we should be outraged that we didn't do more with $50 million than what has been laid out here in these programs. And so I don't have a lot of confidence right now, based on the presentation and materials that I went through, that $150 million is going to get us, much further. These numbers need to be significantly higher for, these taxpayer dollars for me to be able to support that.
I'm just going to give Ms. Watkins and Ms. Price an opportunity to. Would you say that as a fair characterization of the costs involved?
I would not. I mean, anyone who's developed these types of programs knows that there's a lot of work and initial funds that have to be put into actually developing a program. It's difficult to design those. I think you see that happening throughout the state. You need to have time for these programs to, really sort of grow, and it takes years to be able to do that. So I can't speak to, Supervisor Nelson's calculations. I don't have those numbers, but I can assure you that the reporting that we do to the California Public Utilities Commission is pretty intense. And so I think that if the CPUC feels like we were successful enough in the previous years that we administered 3C REN, confident enough to give us another $150 million, I think that's sufficient oversight.
And I would also just bring up that this is the tension between what Supervisor Hartman brought up and what you're speaking of is these programs often are being asked or pushed by various folks to move towards areas where the return on investment in terms of kilowatts saved is lower, such as additional outreach, in certain residential sectors over areas where there's bigger bang for the buck. And so I think the issue that you bring up is important, because even though the bar was really low on the efficiency of these programs previous to my legislation, we shouldn't compare it with that. That shouldn't be the goal, is just to exceed the level of efficiency that the utilities were previously doing. So, I personally wanted to accentuate the need to go to, the biggest bang for the buck. And sometimes, even in a sector where it's more challenging, like multifamily, you can do that by just going to some of the bigger multifamily owners all at once, right? Instead of doing it piecemeal. I would also, think that if we are moving towards integrated and systems, that we really accentuate batteries as part of that, because really the economies of scale for a small household battery is essentially almost the same economies of scale as a large 50 megawatt facility. It's almost identical. So even economies of scale are radically different for solar. A 50 megawatt solar facility is way cheaper per kilowatt than a little piddly 50 kilowatt solar facility. But for batteries, they're pretty similar. And so if we're going out, trying to get out there incentives for household systems, integrated systems, pretty important for us to have batteries as part of the component for that, I think. And I didn't really get the answer to this too. Is, do you guys cover sort of the more old school traditional stuff like insulation, window fixings, and more energy efficiency, thicker windows, that sort of things that we more traditionally associate with weatherization or other components of energy efficiency?
Chair Williams, yes, we absolutely do address those more typical energy efficiency upgrades. As Ashley mentioned, the design of energy programs really is changing quite a bit, and so we're able to pay for simply the energy saved rather than looking at it like we're going to pay this much for windows, this much for insulation, and this much for a heat pump. Through our current single-family program design and our new commercial program, we're able to pay incentives for kind of comprehensive upgrades that address all of those things. And it's a little bit different design, but it's the same ultimate result in our multifamily program as well. We're looking for comprehensive energy upgrades that would include everything that you just mentioned.
Thanks. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Chapman.
Yes, just a note, and I think we touched on this prior to the creation of the 3C REN, and I was involved in it. Supervisor Wolf and several other supervisors from SLO and Ventura counties, we were literally fighting for a small amount of money from the Empower program. And all the other rest of the money that people were paying into their bills were going out of the area, into the LA area. So we weren't seeing any of the economic benefit from that. I think the upside to the Tri-County REN is a lot of that money now is being pumped back into the local economy with local vendors and local contractors. So I think that's a huge positive as well for this program. So I just want to touch on that. Prior to this, all this money was lost to other areas, even though our taxpayers in the county were paying into this fund.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And I acknowledge that these dollars are coming back and being administered locally. Totally am okay with that. I'm just not seeing that. It seems like there's a lot of overhead here. We're celebrating a $7,300 heat pump for a family, which is really important to that family. 255 projects that were done. Price per project over $50 million. That's a lot of, you probably could have bought them, 10 heat pumps for that, So I'm just concerned that there may be, even within our own local environment, too much administrative overhead. I would like to have staff come back with, showing us what, costs per, household helped. Let's break these numbers down into some kind of matrix so that we can see, are we really getting our bang for a buck locally? Or are we just making a jobs program for consultants? I don't want to do that. I want to make sure if we're going to spend these dollars that they're hitting right back to the taxpayer. I mean, what I would like to see is maybe bigger grants, administered so we can get these dollars back into, people's households and not necessarily just pay for additional programs that don't really have, as much bang for that buck. So that's where I'm coming. I don't see that here. Unfortunately, the CUPUC is not enough vetting for me, especially when these are local dollars coming back. And I also don't have what the report that we provided the CPUC here as well. So before I sign up for another $150 million of this program, in an MOA, I would rather see some real numbers on what we're getting for this, because I don't see in this presentation. I see a look back that is nice but not impressive. I don't know what that future business plan looks like. The business plan's not in here as well. So these are my concerns with this presentation. I just, there's a lot incomplete, and I think I need more for me to be able to support this.
I'd say that it as it was indicated, you can't really roll up and program startup costs into the per thing if you wanted to measure it fairly. I would agree with that kind of methodology looking forward once the programs are going, and I think we should evaluate it in that manner looking forward. But looking backwards, if you're going to roll in startup costs into that wouldn't be a fair assessment.
Well, those should be in a business plan that we should have here, and we don't have that business plan.
Well, I would just say that the probably what we should do is to move forward, but also ask for that kind of metric in programs that are no longer in their startup phase. I think that gives an extra added incentive to staff, which would be functional, to go after the largest users, because we do, that is important. If the object is to increase our energy resilience and increase energy efficiency, it's pretty important to go after ones that we can efficiently spend money on.
Chair Williams, we're happy to provide the business plan and some of the reporting, and continue to provide updated information on metrics going forward. As I said, we have a lot of data and a lot of metrics that we track, so we're happy to provide that on an ongoing basis.
Mr. Nelson.
And one more request, since staff is going to get that provided, is also looking at how are we doing in Santa Barbara County. I'm always concerned about programs that are administered by another county. Are we getting the most bang for our buck here, or is really Ventura County the circle, the ripples from there? So I see most of the money for the IOUs is actually coming from PG&E, which is northern Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County, to pay for this 3C REN. I think they have about 46% of that. So I want to make sure that those dollars are following those taxpayers. And I understand the regional approach, because it's not always going to be fair or even. We have that same concern here on this board when we're dealing with road dollars or other projects that we have to think regionally. But I do think that we all have a responsibility to make sure that those are getting returned back to as close to the taxpayer as possible. Obviously, we're a region, we need to work together, and we will continue to do that. But some kind of reporting back on these programs specifically with these funded dollars geographically would be helpful for us as decision makers as we sign future MOAs and other agreements.
Great.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, Supervisor Nelson asked about the vote that's required for this item. Originally, this item included a budget revision, and so that's why the 4/5 vote is listed. The action today is a majority vote, but my understanding from what staff said is that a budget revision will be needed, so it's just something to keep in mind that eventually you would need 4 votes for this full action to take place.
Just to reiterate, so you only need 3 votes today. We'll come back with the budget revision. Will be 4/5 vote.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move to accept the staff report.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Okay. We are going to take the item number 4 first. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes as they set up.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2023 annual report and accomplishments from counties, federal, and state legislative advocates, and adoption of the 2024 legislative platform.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. Jasmine McGinty, Legislative Coordinator. And we are here to present to you the 2024 legislative platform for adoption, as well as, present the annual reports and accomplishments for 2023 from the state and federal legislative advocates. So the legislative platform establishes legislative principles and is used to communicate key legislative needs and priorities for the year coming up. So adoption of the platform today would become effective January 1st, 2024. So each year, our legislative advocates present annual reports, and these reports will summarize key legislative activities and accomplishments that occurred over the past year. The county currently has 3-year agreements with Thomas Walters and Associates for federal advocacy and 3-year contracts with Hurst Brooks Espinoza for state legislative advocacy. Additionally, the county has a contract with governmental advocates to assist the county with legislative relations with a contract that ends on December 31st, 2023. So now, today we have Don Gilchrist here via Zoom with Thomas Walters and Associates that will be presenting the federal update, and Gene Hurst with Hurst Brooks Espinoza to present the state update. So I will turn it over to Mr. Gilchrist via Zoom to present the 2023 federal report.
Thank you, and Chair Williams, members of the board, really appreciate the chance to talk to you again about your federal program. Looking at outcomes for 2023, it's been a year with a lot of disruptions. We had a debt limit crisis in May. We've had 2 shutdown crises so far, and we had a speaker who was ousted. Speaker McCarthy lost his job in October, and we have a new House Speaker. So it's been an interesting year. Throughout the year, the House and the Senate have been on very, very different tracks, taking different approaches to the funding bills, with the House proposing very significant spending reductions. And this has really slowed down the appropriations process. As a result, none of the 12 bills have been signed into law. We're operating under short-term funding authority that's been provided by a continuing resolution. And so this has just been one of those years where your funding priorities has been a major aspect of our lobbying, a major focus of our lobbying effort throughout the year, and will continue to be so for several months. I can say that so far, Representative Carbajal has been successful at targeting funding in the Transportation HUD bill. $1 million is included in the House version of that legislation for the Sanctuary Centers project. That legislation still needs to be enacted. We think that will take at least until January, but if that bill can make it across the finish line, we're confident that the project will be included. On appropriations, we also saw $16 million enacted for the Disaster Relief Fund at FEMA, which is important to the counties because we need to have FEMA be able to respond to requests for reimbursements for disaster recovery and relief. Apart from that, most of the funding issues are still very much in play as Congress returns this week from the Thanksgiving break. There is another wrinkle to our lobbying this year because of the attempts by House Republicans to repeal or rescind many of the clean energy or climate change provisions that were enacted in the previous year or two. We've seen this take place several times so far. They haven't been successful, but we're keeping a close eye on it because it keeps popping up at different places in the appropriations process. If we could advance to the next slide, please. I'll just say that looking at the remainder of the year, there's quite a bit to do. Quite a bit is still in play. The appropriations issues will remain the focus as we try to make progress on the 12 bills, but we're also hoping for a supplemental appropriations bill, and we're going to target that for some requests on the area of domestic spending, in the area of nutrition, childcare, and hopefully some more disaster relief funding. We do think there's a chance that we'll see a tax package come together at the end of the year. That's one of those things that the tax writing committees save up all year long to take that run at putting something together at the end. Our priorities in that are the earned income tax credit, the child tax credit, and the low income housing tax credit. A lot of talk about border security, and if there's any chance for us to continue to advocate for your support of comprehensive immigration reform, we'll be doing that in that context. But apart from that, just lots of other programs at various stages of the legislative process that we're hoping to see progress on. There's a behavioral health package. There is legislation in motion to extend the federally qualified health centers program. And also legislation is needed to extend the temporary assistance for needy families program, the National Flood Insurance Program, and the Pandemic Preparedness Act. Lots to do. I do want to just say briefly that we're really grateful for having such a great local delegation to work with. They're so helpful, especially Representative Carbajal, who is just so highly tuned to the needs of the county. He and his staff are very, very quick to be helpful and respond to any requests we have. Of course, it was a shock to lose Senator Feinstein this year, but we are appreciating the chance to work with Senator Butler as well as with Senator Padilla. So even though we're out lobbying in a highly charged environment, we have great champions to work with in Congress, and we'll be continuing to work with them the remaining time that we have this year. Many of these issues are going to carry over into next year because the continuing resolution extended funding through January and February. So that tends to let Congress off on the pressure a little bit. So I think a lot of these issues are going to carry over into 2024. And so quite a bit of work left to do. I will conclude the comments on the federal program and hand it back to Jasmine and Jean for the state.
Great, thank you so much. I will turn it over now to Jean Hurst to present the state update.
Thanks very much, Jasmine. It's a pleasure to present to you today. I'm Jean Hurst with Hurst Brooks Espinosa. We're thrilled to be working with County of Santa Barbara and your team on state legislative advocacy. And I know Dawn mentioned, sort of the chaos that it's been the year in Congress. While we maybe have a lesser amount of that, it still feels pretty wild in Sacramento, and really we're probably in for another wild year. So just quickly to go through a presentation, touching on some of the 2023 state highlights. As you are aware, a lot of our advocacy is focused in the state budget arena. And this year, for the first time in Governor Newsom's tenure as governor, the state has faced a significant budget deficit. And while $30 billion is a lot of money to try to find and manage, I think it's fair to say that the legislature and administration put together a budget that really didn't take the approach of significantly reducing programs and services in the budget year, but rather sort of scaled back investments going forward into the future, put a pause on some planned expenditures, and sort of managed, I think, that out year budget as best they could. The final agreement did include a number of components that were beneficial to counties broadly, including homelessness funding and a number of bills in the governor's infrastructure package that's intended to facilitate both the drawdown of federal resources for infrastructure projects, but also the speed at which they can occur with some modest reforms to approvals and CEQA streamlining, et cetera. The county did receive some funds directly, including that resources for that marine rescue boat that I know was important to many of you. I would say it's fair to characterize this legislative session as one that was focused on behavioral health. And you'll see in our written report that we really spent a lot of time going through the major changes in the behavioral health space in 2023, not the least of which is Proposition 1 that will be on the 2024 ballot. That's the governor's proposal to modernize the Mental Health Services Act and provide bond funds to provide capital investment to help facilitate treatment for the population that will be served by the new Behavioral Health Services Act programs and services. In addition to that very significant policy change, Senate Bill 43 by Senator Eggman made changes to our conservatorship process as well. And there are, of course, a number of changes afoot based in the CalAIM proposal in behavioral health. So your behavioral health team is really, I think, taxed to address all of these new programs and services, new responsibilities and reporting obligations, and new clients to serve as we move into 2024. There were a number of other proposals that we weighed in on the county's behalf. Those are provided to you on a regular basis, and I'm certainly happy to chat with you about any specific bills as well. But it was a very busy and active year in the state legislature. Next slide, Jasmine. Looking ahead to 2024, I think we wanted just to focus again on the state budget as a key item of priority as we move into the coming year. As we've explained numerous times previously, the Newsom administration is entering into the budget preparation season with very limited data about taxpayer activity in California because the IRS has delayed 2022 tax receipts for so long. We should have better information at the end of this month about the kind of resources that the state will have available, but we have, again, a short amount of time to really dig into that information to help the administration propose a 2024-25 state budget that has a good grounding in reality in terms of the economic situation that we'll find ourselves in next year. As a result, we anticipate a fairly conservative budget proposal on January 10th, and the legislature obviously will have its own ideas about what is in store for the state budget as we move into 2024-25 deliberations. We have some, as you know, significant changes in leadership in the Senate and Assembly, with longtime leaders stepping aside and new leaders taking over. That has resulted already in some changes in the Assembly, with committee chairs and memberships recently announced by the new Assembly Speaker, Robert Rivas. When Senator Mike McGuire takes over in the Senate, we do anticipate additional changes in committee chairs and memberships as well. Perhaps not as dramatically as what we're experiencing in the Assembly, but regardless, we're going to have a new crop of folks to really deal with some, significant issues as we move into the new year. So stay tuned for that. We'll continue to keep you apprised of those adjustments as they move forward. Finally, I can't let you leave without reminding you that the 2024 election season has an impact on the work we do in the legislature, not the least of which will be Proposition 1, which will be posed to the voters as the only statewide ballot measure on the March 2024 ballot. The governor has already invested his own resources in that campaign, and that campaign is already receiving endorsements and in full campaign mode. Hard to say, I think, what kind of opposition comes out of the woodwork. My guess is at this point that it's probably a measure that's going to pass fairly easily as we move into the primary season. A lot of that, I think, will depend on the economic circumstances, given that there is a $7 billion bond that voters will be considering as a component of that measure. At the same time, there are a number of ballot measures that are already eligible for the November ballot. Many of them, I'll just tell you, seem really stale because they were slated for the 22 election and just didn't meet the deadlines. There's a pandemic response measure, there's an $18 minimum wage measure, and a number of other measures that are ready to go for November. Further, we are currently in signature gathering on a number of additional measures that have the potential to impact local agencies. So in addition to what could be a potentially very crowded ballot, we also have congressional retirement. And you know what that means? That means Assembly members and senators have decided to move on. So we are going to have folks who are a little distracted, frankly, from their work in Sacramento because they're looking to move to DC to fill those congressional retirement spots as well. So we're going to have a very political overlay over the legislative work that we do in 2024, in addition to a potential fiscal challenge and new leadership that's going to have to deal with all these issues. So it is going to be another wild year in Sacramento, and we'll continue to keep you apprised, and we'll continue to work collaboratively with the LPC, with Dawn, and with your staff to advance the county's priorities as best we can. With that, Jasmine, I'll go ahead and pass it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we will do questions at the end. And I just wanted to remind your board that both Jean Hurst and her team, as well as Dawn Gilchrist, will be in Santa Barbara in the months of December and January. So happy to meet with you at those times. So now we will transition to talk about the legislative platform for 2024. So the Legislative Program Committee is a little bit of information about them, and we meet on a monthly basis. They review the draft legislative platform before your board sees it. That committee is comprised of two supervisors, Supervisor Hartman and Supervisor Williams, and Chair Williams. And that committee is briefed on pending legislation of interest, as well as provided updates from our state and federal advocates on various advocacy efforts, as well as the advancements of our county principals, which will be shown on the next slide. This year, the Legislative Program Committee reviewed the platform in both October and November and recommends the draft platform to the full board, as you see here today. So this next slide shows our legislative principles that are included in the platform. There are 8 total, and within each of the principles, we have 54 total planks that warrant targeted advocacy efforts. So this year there was no change in the principles; they remain the same from last year, just modified slightly in language, which you'll see in your attachments. So this is a bit about the legislative platform development process. So we begin the process of creating the new platform in about August, September of each year. And at that time, the departments will review and update their various principles and planks for their departments. And at this time, we ask for any identification of new planks for consideration by the Legislative Program Committee. Then in October 2nd, we presented the draft platform to the committee, where we asked for feedback, and at that time as well, we also solicited public input on the platform by sending out an e-blast. We posted it to our county website, sent out a press release to ask for public input on that platform. And then the next go-round is in the beginning of November. We brought the final draft of the platform to the committee for recommended submittal to the full board, and which brings us here today, where we are requesting the adoption of the 2024 platform. And as I mentioned in the beginning, if adopted, that will be effective January 1st, 2024, and serves as the platform for the calendar year. So a couple of changes, highlights, and updates from last year's to this year's platform. Excuse me, there were changes made by departments to update all of their planks and or add some additional planks. The recommendations we received from the Legislative Program Committee in October were to make some modifications to the Economic Vitality plank, the Homelessness plank, and the Children and Families plank, which you'll see in a redline version attachment in your packet there. As I mentioned, we also accept public feedback during for the platform, and this year we did receive a few items of public comment, and with those changes after we reviewed them, we made some additional changes to the economic enhancement and revenue diversification plank, which included expanding that plank to include additional industry sectors as well as career education and expansion of that. 4 new planks were added this year to this year's platform. We have 1 from the Behavioral Health in the County Executive Office, which is the Behavioral Health and Criminal Justice Integration, 2 from Public Works, which is Resilient Infrastructure and Sustainable Infrastructure Funding, and then lastly 1 from the Department of Social Services, which is the Streamlining Eligibility of Public Assistance Programs. And so with that, we are asking your board to receive and file an update for an annual report from the state and federal legislative advocates, which you heard, as well as adopt the county's 2024 legislative platform and find that the proposed actions do not constitute a project within CEQA. So with that, Dawn, Jean, and her team, and myself and Brittany are available for any questions. Thank you. Oops.
Questions from the board? I would maybe just add to Jean's, summary that this was a pretty rough year with a lot of essentially defeats in the legislature and lobbying the governor. The goals of the legislature and the governor seem to be much in alignment with us, but there really hasn't been a tempering of ambition to those goals that's commensurate with the reduction in funding. So essentially the bottom line is we're going to have to serve a lot more clients and we're going to lose a lot of money at the same time. And so it's kind of a bummer year. Okay, we've got a motion. Any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, sorry I may have missed that motion, but I just wanted to clarify for the record we had no request to speak on this item.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the legislative platform and the report?
So moved.
I have a brief comment.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and vote for the motion. There's some things in this platform that aren't my favorite pieces of advocacy, but overall it's a great platform, and I think our team and our legislative advocates do a great job, and so I will support this moving forward. My vote doesn't necessarily mean that I support everything that's in there, but I do think it's important for us as a board to have a united front in these various issue areas, and I also hope that we can continue to push on our delegation on some of these community projects that we've all been able to benefit in the last couple of years. I think that's been a real shot in the arm. I'm at the county now. I'm going into my 12th year next year, and I've never seen us be able to bring those types of dollars back like we have over probably the last 3 or 4 years. And so that's something that gives me hope for projects that might not quite fit in an annual budget for our jurisdictions and our districts. So something I really wanted to express my appreciation for, like I said, our delegation and our legislative team. So I'll support the motion.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the committee, my 2 supervisors to the left and right, and the staff, and my office. We did put in a small minor edit to 3 platforms related to services for families and children, and just to emphasize the need for state funding for outreach, because the programs that the state funds are only as good as our ability to do successful outreach to make sure that the dollars get spent and not left on the table, both state and federal. So I appreciate that edit that was already taken in weeks ago, and happy to support this.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, just wanted to echo that Congressman Carbajal, Senator Limon, and Assembly Member Hart really hustle for us, and they've got a really intimate understanding of our needs, and they're always available to hear issues we're struggling with and to try to help. So, and they do come to our legislative committee periodically, and so that's much appreciated. And I think this is the first year with our new state lobbyists. They've been fabulous, and Don continues to serve with tremendous grace. And it is a really contentious scene right now in Washington, and he always brings new insights, so appreciate them.
Okay, there's a, did we vote? Yeah, motion and a second. We have not voted. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We'll try and do D3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Social Services Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Child Welfare Services Comprehensive Prevention Plan presentation.
Chair Williams and Supervisors, the department is here today to present a report and ask you to receive and file it regarding the Child Welfare Services Comprehensive Prevention Plan. Assistant Director Amy Kruger will be presenting the report and answering any questions.
Good morning, Chair Williams and Board. I will be providing an overview today of our Child Welfare Services Comprehensive Prevention Plan. The Federal Families First Prevention Services Act, or FFPSA, as I'll be referring to throughout this presentation, was enacted in 2018. The intent of this legislation is to increase availability of early access to quality prevention services for children, parents, and caregivers in order to help children remain at home while simultaneously reducing reliance on their placement in congregate care. Implementation of the Title IV prevention program under the FFPSA is intended to further California's efforts to transform from a child protection and foster care system really to a child well-being system. The current paradigm, the 4E prevention program is a shift in the current paradigm and is really intended to change our focus from simply reacting to preventing and early intervention, with reducing the incidences of abuse and neglect, decreasing entries into foster care, reducing disproportionality in foster care, and addressing systemic and historical traumas while promoting social determinants of health and overall improving the lives of children, youth, and families. The Family First Prevention Services Act is not an infusion of new federal funding to states. It is instead a redirection of savings that are currently used to support children in congregate care. In addition to FFPSA 4E funding, California has added a block grant that gives us approximately $2 million over the next several years, and that really allows us to go beyond what the 4E program and allows as far as candidates to foster care. It really allows us to work much further upstream and in a true prevention space, not just for those families that are on the doorstep of child welfare services involvement. So in order to opt into the 4E prevention program established by FFPSA, counties were required to submit a comprehensive prevention plan outlining our primary, secondary, and tertiary activities, including our Title 4E eligible services. Child Welfare intends to use our prevention funding alongside of other available funding streams in alignment with parallel reforms to help build that comprehensive system of care that'll emphasize prevention and early intervention. We will be trying to shift the focus not from simply mandated reporting, but towards a community supporting framework and placing greater emphasis on primary prevention strategies, such as communication and public awareness regarding educational opportunities, as well as secondary prevention strategies like increasing information and referral access for at-risk families, and family-centered substance abuse treatment services. Beginning in 2018, county child welfare agencies created the Child and Family Enrichment Cabinet in partnership with California Department of Social Services. This is really to increase the visibility and urgency around creating prevention services and supports throughout California. With implementation of FFPSA, this cabinet is now going to transition into an FFPSA advisory committee, and I'm very pleased to be able to serve on that committee going forward. The focus of the cabinet has been to steadily shift focus from protection of children and youth who have been harmed by abuse or neglect to strengthening of families with the reimagined child and family well-being continuum, again, to support prevention and prevent child maltreatment. The vision is an integrated statewide system that supports families in order for them to provide safe, stable, nurturing relationships and environments for their children and youth. In order to achieve the vision, California required that comprehensive planning, prevention planning incorporated the following activities: uplifting voices of children, youth, and families in all aspects of case planning, promoting racial equity by seeking to reduce disproportionality in the foster care system, and supporting development of culturally responsive services and programs, establishing an inclusive and participatory process for consultation and with tribes in all aspects of case planning for Indian children and families, making sure that we're supporting families with practices and policies that are strength-based and trauma-informed, looking to build capacity and to empower our community leaders to assist families and support community efforts and development of needed services, looking for workforce excellence with staff composition that reflects the ethnic, linguistic, and cultural aspects of the community that is being served, making sure that we're integrating and collaborating across systems, leveraging funding, sharing information and data, and collaborating to make sure we're providing services that meet families' specified needs. And then finally, making sure that we're focusing on program monitoring, integrity, and continuous quality improvement efforts to make sure we're providing equitable services. So in order to meet this goal, Child Welfare launched a collaborative committee in 2022 of Santa Barbara County leaders and community-based organizations formed to promote well-being of children, families, and communities in Santa Barbara County. During the last year, the collaborative took on the task of developing a comprehensive prevention plan to promote community well-being and, most importantly, to prevent child abuse and neglect. The group decided, after much debate, that our name would be Together for Children, and we added a tagline there highlighting the how, which is activating systems for community wellness. We developed and adopted a mission and vision that help us keep our North Star in view. The vision is that children, families, and communities in Santa Barbara County are safe and thriving and have equitable access to resources and opportunities. Our plan is grounded in the charge to prevent entries of children into foster care by reducing the number of children who are maltreated. And in order to achieve this goal, Together for Children aims to improve systems that support families so that children are not abused and neglected, and allowing child welfare to shift upstream, focusing more on prevention and early intervention whenever possible, rather than only the protection of children who have already been harmed. The approach is to support families as soon as needs are identified so that children are safe and stable and do not experience maltreatment. When children and families do require extra support, optimal trauma-informed care is provided through coordinated service delivery. And I want to emphasize that safety is still our highest priority. We're just looking to expand our sites further upstream and prevent that maltreatment and harm, and not only be reactive. But we do not intend to change our current focus on safety as our foundational value. So as you can see by the organizations that are represented here on the slide, we had a very robust cross-sector team of engaged folks who participated in this process. Our county also received recognition from California Department of Social Services for our culture of transparency and collaboration engagement with our cross-sector partners. And this is really an aspirational plan. It really represents, our highest principles, the hopes and dreams of many leaders and people who have lived experience. And it's really meant to be a catalyst that brings us all together and calls us out to live our values around collaboration in order to achieve what we're setting out to do, and that is to support kids and families on their journeys to live the lives that they hoped for. Our theory of change is that through visionary cross-sector leadership, we can create improved conditions for raising children in our county. Through creation of a coherent county-wide voluntary system of care that supports families' self-selected goals and provision of optimal care and coordinated service delivery for children and families who need extra support, we're hoping to strengthen families and improve outcomes for children and youth. The comprehensive prevention plan approved by California Department of Social Services in August 2023 includes two components: recommendations for raising children in our county and a 3-year plan to address the recommendations most needed to help children at risk stay safe. With phased-in implementation planned over the next several years, child welfare ultimately intends to serve all FFPSA candidacy groups, so children who are at risk of entering care and their caregivers, as well as children and families who do not meet those requirements but who may benefit from evidence-based prevention services. Our initial efforts are going to focus on prioritizing support for Latinx, Mixteco, and Native American families. And we will be co-creating a community pathway for services with contracted CBOs that will be informed by those with lived experience from those communities disproportionately represented in the child welfare services system. By ensuring services are culturally and linguistically relevant, we intend to increase equity, reduce disproportionality, and ultimately the number of system-involved families. To effect system change that make the difference over the long term, we'll be focusing on collaborative work across sectors and addressing workforce issues that have worsened with COVID-19. Pilots of direct service activities will serve children who are most at risk and their families. And so now we've talked about the vision, and I will move on to summary of the rest of our plan. Turning to our needs assessment, it was guided by data from our county, our Child Welfare Services County self-assessment, and also informed by those who have lived experience, such as parents who have been involved with child welfare services, as well as staff and service providers. Some of the top-line conclusions that we took from our needs assessment that are influencing our plan are that BIPOC, Latinx, and families in poverty are overrepresented in our child welfare system, that we are in need of more culturally and linguistically relevant services, especially for our Mixteco-speaking communities. North County continues to be underserved. We're looking for stronger connection at all levels. We are looking to enhance parent voice, social connections of families, family provider teams, and our relationships across agencies and sectors. We have an inadequate workforce currently, and we're looking for a right-sized, well-trained, trauma-informed workforce to meet the needs of kids and families. And we do continue to need improved data to look at gaps, inequities, and disproportionality in order to improve our decision-making. This slide encapsulates what we have found about conditions for raising children in our county. We have 4 areas of need circled in red, and we really are looking to improve access in these areas, including navigation for community and economic resources, such as CalFresh, HEAP, and food distribution, those types of resources that support economic stability, increased access to mental health and care for both children and adults, increased opportunities for parent education, particularly around parenting skills, as well as both positive and adverse childhood experiences, and greater access to substance abuse prevention and care for both children and adults. So one of our primary activities in this plan will be the development of a community pathway. Our access points at first in our pilot phase will be through child welfare services and juvenile probation, and later that'll be followed by other child-serving organizations such as behavioral wellness and schools. We will continue to look at additional access points in the future, for example, potentially health clinics or pre-K, and eventually hoping to get to a place of self-referral for families. Oops, sorry. So in this community pathway, providers at the access points will refer to care management organizations. And these CBOs will work with parents over a number of months to develop an individualized approach for family development. They'll be using a coaching practice model built on the science of self-regulation, goal attainment, and behavioral theory. And parents will be exploring and deciding on goals and will be engaged in being supported in pursuit of their goals that are most meaningful to them. And during that process, they will be integrating learning from their successes as well as their setbacks and continue to refine these goals. Although these specific goals will vary from family to family based on their needs, we expect that providers in these care management organizations will have a variety of resources in their service tool belts. For example, localized inventory of economic stabilizers, again, such as CalFresh and food distribution centers. They'll also be referring for evidence-based practices for our FFPSA population, looking at parent-child interaction therapy, Healthy Families America, and parents as teachers as our primary interventions. Additionally, there'll be other parenting and healthy relationship classes available, and navigation to mental and physical health treatment, employment readiness, and even volunteer and civic opportunities such as promotoras de salud. The care management organization's navigation and referral will be aided by the online platform, Find Help, and we're hoping that as more service providers use this platform and as implementation deepens and we have more data, we're really looking to enhance the county level data we have about what kinds of support our families are looking for, and so that we can continue to customize and tailor those services. And finally, again, for those families that are funded through FFPSA, who are candidates for foster care, there will be assessments of child risk, safety planning, safety monitoring, and prevention efforts. In addition to the community pathway, we have some other activities, including a navigation summit planned for the spring of 2025, a convening around workforce challenges planned for May of 2024, and then we'll be working to look at cross-departmental funding and resource alignment. We intend to look at this opportunity to use the state block grant in ways that'll maximize the impact of this funding into several years after they've been expended, really looking at building our foundation, our infrastructure, and sustainable strategies for primary prevention that'll result in systems change. So we currently have a 3-year implementation timeline mapped out. We're currently in the process of developing and releasing the RFP for the community pathway, and we plan to have that in place by March. In addition, we'll be convening the group to look at workforce challenges that we spoke about in early 2024. And then in years 2 and 3, we will continue to expand our community pathway program and then turn our eye to evaluating our efforts for fidelity, for alignment and sustainability. So in closing, I just would like to recognize also our departmental prevention team and the amount of work they did to put this plan together in a short time. We have our Kids Network Director, Barb Finch, who really laid the foundations for this collaborative process through all of the work that's been done through the Kids Network and Resilient Santa Barbara County over the last several years. We have our Child Welfare Services Emergency Response and Voluntary Services Manager, Lori Haro, who participated for the Child Welfare Services piece. We have our Department Business Specialist, Cheyenne Rason, who supported the data for FFPSA implementation, and our very talented consultant, Maria Chesley, who advises us on prevention as well as our Family Resource Center. So I just want to make sure to give them the credit that was due for this. And with that, I will be happy to take any questions you might have, and thank you so much.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you for this comprehensive look at such important and incredibly valuable work. I was hoping you could go back to slide 11, because I'm just trying to get at a little bit more, drill down a bit more on the county's role in all of these major challenges and elements of children and families in our community. So I'm just interested as to why those four were circled. I'm supportive, obviously, of all of the prenatal care, all of the ones that weren't as well. I'm just curious: were you highlighting those because those are a priority, or those are where we intersect more with children? What's the rationale behind that?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. This was really, again, based on the holistic look on all the data we have from our self-assessment, from all the input we have, again, from our provider community, from those with lived experience, from our staff, as being just the highest priorities. Like you said, not that there are not a great deal of other needs out there, but these are the highest priorities, the areas where we're seeing the biggest impact, the areas where we're seeing children who are, again, coming to the attention of Child Welfare Services. And so it was through that lens that we looked at, these are really what we felt like were just the pivotal areas that we had to focus on in order to change that dynamic.
And with that, does that mean that that's where we have the most impact? Because I just, when I try to tackle and think about a major issue like child welfare, I go to where can we, there's huge, massive problems, but where can we have the most direct impact? Would you, in addition to those being the highest priorities, are those also the areas in which we have the most ability to have impact?
I would say that those are the areas that are primarily driving children to the door of child welfare.
I see.
And so, yes, that is the area where we feel like if we're able to increase access to those resources, that we can make that change.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate that this was an overview, but and you mentioned data a fair amount. There wasn't statistics in here, I imagine, because there would be too many statistics to include, but I am interested in sort of what are the metrics by which we achieve success, or perhaps you can even outline, and I've asked this just anecdotally, it really helps, what's a success story of somebody, not specific details, but somebody who's moves through the child welfare system successfully. Can you describe what that looks like and provide any sort of numbers of how many children we're actually serving? Maybe that's too big of a question.
I'll do my best. So I think for us in this context, success really looks like, again, intervening at the earliest possible opportunity with families so they're not entering into our child welfare system. We do currently provide several early intervention types of services, including our differential response program. So that's for families that come to our attention. And there's not a safety risk currently, but there's a future risk of harm. And so we're engaging with them voluntarily to hopefully work with a community-based provider in order to mitigate whatever those concerns are. So that's one of our biggest successes. We also have voluntary family maintenance in our child welfare services within our agency, where we're opening a voluntary case with a family. And again, those are for families where we have more concerns. But we feel like because of our assessment and because of their willingness to engage in services, that we're able to have children remain in the home and have intensive services in place. So those are some of the most successful programs we have, and that's really kind of what we're trying to build on here, kind of those models that we already have in place, and just enhance them more, again, to reach more families and reach them earlier in the process and reach them in the community. So again, they're not having to come to the doorstep of child welfare in order to get help. We're wanting to have them, the various agencies that are working with them, be able to engage them to, participate through the community pathway and not feel like they're having to work with child welfare services. So that's some of what our strategies are in order to really try and build on what success looks like for us.
Thank you. And my last question relates to schools. I know that you mentioned schools were part of this plan, and I would just hope you could give a couple examples. I just know that, unfortunately, we all tend to work in silos, and I always try to encourage as much interaction with schools as possible, having seen kind of the way that schools can sometimes be in their own silos too. Could you describe just some typical interactions not you specifically, but the department might have with schools on a regular basis?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. We have a very good partnership with our Santa Barbara County Education Office. They were part of this committee, and they're also a regular participant in our interagency leadership team. So we have very good communication and collaboration with them. We have an MOU with them for educational support for our youth who are in foster care as well. And we participate on their advisory committee with all of the other superintendents who also participate. So that's a really good way that we're able to engage and communicate with the various school districts.
But you wouldn't necessarily have a physical presence in schools unless there's a crisis.
Child welfare does
Yeah.
not have a physical presence.
Okay.
That's more of kind of like the Family Resource Center model. And again, we have partnerships, that allow us to communicate when there are concerns, but we do not currently have a physical presence in schools.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to thank you for this. Your staff must be bolstered, and morale must, this must really be meaningful for them, to spend, a career trying to help kids, but mainly doing so in, maybe to use a sports analogy, as defense constantly, but to be able to go on the offensive, I think is really needed, and hopefully could yield lives saved. So I want to encourage you and just ask is there any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Or
I'll
staff
second.
recommendation. Yep.
And I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you both.
Thank you so much.
We will be recessing to closed session. Would you like to give us a preview of closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, the board will be discussing one item of existing litigation, Joyce Dudley, Santa Barbara County DA versus County of Santa Barbara. It's a Santa Barbara County Superior Court case. One item of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to civil litigation based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda, and public employee appointment for the Director of Child Support Services. And the estimate is between an hour and 15 minutes.
We're going to look at returning here at 1:45. We're reconvening from closed session. Can we get a report from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on one item of existing litigation, Joyce Dudley versus County of Santa Barbara, one item of anticipated litigation based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda, and public employee appointment for Director of Child Support Services. The board took no reportable action.
Well, we are adjourned to Tuesday, December 5th, 2023 in Santa Barbara. Woo! My kids are going to love me again.